Okay, guys, so, here's the situation. um, hang on, I need to adjust the lighting. Lighting is terrible right now. There we go. Alright, here's the situation. So, I was, there was a friend of mine who wanted to play Snatcher, so I, sent this, sort of packaged everything up and sent it to him. But, long story short, I, deleted my save file and cannot recover it. And there's really not a save file that starts or that leaves off at the point that we left off. Luckily, I found one that's close. But basically, we're going to be replaying the first visit to Queen's Hospital. So, with that said, I'm going to get my desktop audio. Get this game into full screen. OBS Studio scenes. In game. Alright, let's try this. Act 2, total save 6. So that is why my timing is going to be off. I will admit it. Not my finest moment, let's just say that. Alright.
I'll open the blinds by altering the electrical polarity. Are you ready?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm actually going to see if there's something I can do to speed this fast forward. What button is it again? Hang on, because there was a hotkey. Backspace. Alright, fast food. Holy heck. So, we determined that it was Queen's Hospital. Now I'm being like super twitchy. Investigate. Building. Door. Move. So I'm going to skip everything else that we went to. Solid layer of dust. There are switches. Area. Switches. Look. Area. Switches. Doors. Okay, good. Okay. So we only really found anything of consequence in door 3, in room 3. So, yep. Luckily we only lost, I'd like to say, about 5 minutes of gameplay. So... yeah, I can't do that. I can't do the fast forward. Investigate this drawer.
There seems to be a scrap of paper caught between these two drawers.
Investigate everything. The matches. Fine, I'll investigate more thoroughly. Yes, it's a completely ordinary vase. There are these rails that run under the desk. Can't get under there. A monitor. Okay. So, video phone. Alright, so we're sort of back to where we were, just a slightly different order. But yeah, so, word of the wise, don't delete your save files by accident. That was just a stupid move on my part. Ask metal number, Jamie, 391009. 391009. Sadly, all of our progress and all the extra numbers we've acquired have since been lost.
Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs, can I help you? Huh? Oh, it's you, Gillian. What's going on?
Ask Queen's Hospital. Yep, so if you recall in the last video they placed, in the last stream, Jamie had mentioned that they placed a large order for anti-cancer drugs between October and December. Yep, director is Chinshu Oh. But, long story short, I mean, the hospital looks abandoned, so, yeah. So, anyways, catching up to where we were, evidence. We have this patient record, and it is written in Chinese. So, unfortunately, unfortunately, some of the characters that were used were far too, I guess they were more advanced, more sophisticated characters than the standard fare. They're like specialty characters. So, hang on a sec. So, yeah, we got some weird patient record in Chinese characters. A box of matches from Outer Heaven, which we know Snatchers go to, as well as a picture of what appears to be St. Basil's Cathedral. If you recall, there was a map of the Kremlin, the map of Moscow, in Freddie Nielsen's apartment, pointed towards the Kremlin. So I don't know. Something seems to all be tying back to Russia and Moscow. So let's see where we go from here. If you haven't figured it out yet, the game wants you to call Napoleon because he's Chinese, so he would help you with the characters. 395644. So let's call our good friend Napoleon and see if we can meet up with him.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
Yeah, we put the right number in. That should be Napoleon's number. But that's certain. Wait a second, that isn't the JT&T. Yeah, it's a Wolfman? Napoleon Telephone Service. The wolf man seemed familiar, though. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know where we need to go now. Let's see. And look at that, Outer Heaven has now been made available. Let's head back to the apartment, one last time. So for those who don't know, at this point in Snatcher, the game becomes heavily linear. Pretty much you're on a one-track route, just trying to, they're trying to play the story out the rest of the way. So pretty much after we meet up with Napoleon at Outer Heaven, yeah, Katrina's gone home, so no one's in her apartment. Damn, that was harsh. So, yeah, I guess there's just a little extra dialogue if you go back to Gillian's apartment now that Katrina is gone. But, yeah, we should probably head to Outer Heaven and see if we can find Napoleon. But, yeah. So, let's see. It's a turbo cycle. Yeah, so in the end, that fast forward didn't do me much good, but at least I was just able to speed run through those first 5 minutes. Outer Heaven. Look, Parker. It's that doorman with the wolf makeup. Yeah, like the guy we saw on the Napoleon's video phone message. Apparently it is not masquerade time right now. Investigate Parker. Hey, are you who I think you are? Hey, what are you doing? Lay off! All the places around here are fully booked with Christmas and New Year's parties. It's the same makeup, but I cannot determine if the same person is wearing it. Makeup that elaborate requires taking a cast of the face of the person who will wear it. It's the same guy. I bet that's you, right, Napoleon? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anybody named Napoleon. I know it's you, Napoleon. Now cut this stupid act. I'm afraid you've got the wrong man, sir. As you can see, we've lost the ability to enter the turbo cycle, so, yeah, we're getting into that, linear portion. I am going to save the game. This is honestly where we should have been, or where we should have, stopped at the last, point of the game, but, yeah, like, hindsight's 20/20. At least I got a funny story to tell my friend about how I lost all the progress on the stream and had to recover part of it. I just ended up finding a save file off the internet that was just sort of conveniently at the right spot. So yeah. Talk. Come on, Napoleon. What's the problem? Stop this nonsense. Hey, I'm just the doorman. Napoleon, that's you, right? What a bother. Do you have any proof that this Napoleon and I are the same person? Everything will be fine. I guarantee your safety. Don't worry. Take that mask off. You're gonna have to show me some proof, sir. Proof? You want proof? Body type. That's it. You and he are the same height. Is that the best reason you've got? Yeah, you have the same voice. That's it. So what? What's that supposed to mean? That's it, Metal. Analyze his voice print against that of Napoleon. I'm sorry, Gillian. I haven't stored any of Napoleon's voice data. I won't let it happen again. Well, that's really too bad. I know. The two of you talk the same way. Is that the best reason you've got? Yeah, that wormy, untrustworthy attitude of yours is just like him. So what? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, yeah, to be fair, pretty much everyone at Neo Kobe, bar the team at Junkers, been pretty, untrustworthy. You know, I mean, one of them pretty much greeted us at the door with a gun. The other two, the other one we interacted with turned out to be a Snatcher. Her husband was also a Snatcher. So, yeah. personality. No two people could have that same personality. So what? So what's that supposed to mean? Smell. I've got it. You smell just like him. Huh? Gillian? What did Napoleon smell like? You shut up. If that's proof, then I'm a policeman. Huh? Achoo! Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Now I've got it. It's that sneeze. I remember. You sneezed just like him. He has hay fever. Alright, you win. I've had enough fun for now. I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Nice work, Gillian. You're a first-rate junker. Go on in.
Have a seat, Gillian. We're safer in a crowded place like this.
Jeez, you really had me fooled. 2 roles in 1.
Gesundheit.
Well, you know, you gotta understand. Being an informer isn't exactly the safest job on the planet, you know. That's why it's important to be a master of disguise, like me.
Yeah, but I feel pretty stupid. I mean, all that time I was asking you about where Jean went, I didn't realize I was asking someone who actually worked there.
Hey, I was just as surprised as you were. But I didn't know that Gibson had been here. You see, I wasn't working that day.
Anyhow, it's not masquerade night today. Why don't you take that mask off, Napoleon? It's a little unnerving sitting here talking to a wolf.
All right. I suppose there's no harm there. Boy, you really work up a sweat in these full-face masks.
Oh, boy. Maybe you should have left that on.
Ah,
What?
jeez, Gillian.
Still, you did a nice job of figuring out who I was.
Come on, Napoleon. That stupid phone recording with the wolf man? JT&T would never do anything that tasteless. Besides, what really tipped me off was that constant sneezing of yours.
Sneezes, eh? Well, listen, you want me to tell you why I'm called Napoleon?
Because winter gets the best of you. Napoleon Bonaparte sent his enormous army into Russia in 1812, but suffered a major defeat because of the snow.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the sneezing isn't a cold. It's my allergy to snow 9 pollen. So, anyhow, what did you want to know?
I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Fire away.
Look, Napoleon. Look at you like this. You look pretty normal, don't you? Ah, that's... Jeez, Gillian. I mean, just rub it in. Normal. Just what... Yeah, exactly. What the hell's that supposed to mean? It's not masquerade time, but don't be staring at the customers, okay? Oh, darn, I can't show them the Junker ID. They don't want you getting kicked out at this point. What do you think? We do pretty good even when it's not masquerade time, don't we? Too bad Isabella's not here. Don't worry, we'll be safe at this table. It's the most isolated in the place. Yeah, with all the people around. Investigate Napoleon. Hey, aren't you ever going to trust me? I'm the real thing, alright? Don't worry, there are no suspicious looking types here at the moment. Except those who want to eat illegal buffalo meat. I scanned for listening devices and there are none. Feel free to discuss anything you like. Come on, you gotta learn to trust people. Well, that's sort of the Snatcher's modus operandi is to, not let people be trusted.
Mic on.
There we go. It's just a bug with the, way the mic was lifted. So, ask. Napoleon's background. You're Chinese, right? That's right. Purebred, I might add. I came to Neo Kobe just after I turned 20. Okay. I will be right back. I've got to go use the restroom.
Mic off. Mic on.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Powering off. Powering on. Mic on.
And my headset is bugging out. Oh, hang on. My headset is bugging out again. It's I guess it's just gonna stay red for the rest of the stream because I'm honestly done with all the technical issues. I will work on that on their end. I will scream at Corsair later. My only memories of the place are from after they lost the war. Wasn't a pretty picture. Oh yeah, because I think China and the U.S. were fighting over the resources left behind in the Siberia, and it ended up with a U.S. victory. So, alrighty, show. Yeah, those are our matches. How's that for the nostalgic approach, huh? We only give them out to our regulars. So that means that somebody from Queen's Hospital comes here. Yeah. Maybe Locust Land? I heard they closed down about 3 years ago, but I guess that wasn't the case. So I guess he doesn't know about St. Basil's Cathedral. Let's show him the patient record. Would you take a good look at this for me? What's it mean? You're Chinese, right? Well, well, I'm not surprised that you had trouble with this. What's that mean? These are Chinese characters for chemical elements, hardly in standard use. If I wasn't a science major, I probably wouldn't know them myself. It's a simple code using the characters. What's this about Chinese chemical element characters? What do you mean? The character on the far left is beryllium. The next one and the very last one are nitrogen. The third one stands for sulfur, and the fourth one is oxygen. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. I've got it! Gillian, let's go over the names of these elements, shall we? I'll tell you again, these are Chinese characters for elements. The character on the left is beryllium. The next one and the last one are nitrogen. The third one is sulfur. The fourth one is oxygen. So if that were to read out, we're looking at... my cursor doesn't move. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen. In the order they're written, beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur. Oh, shit. Beryllium is B. Nitrogen is N. S for sulfur. O is oxygen. Oh, God. Oh. Well, that ruined the moment. Oh, God. Please let me be wrong. Please let me be wrong.
So that's it. Benson. Beryllium is Be, nitrogen is N, sulfur is S, and oxygen is O. And another N makes Benson. The name Benson was encoded on this file.
Benson. I sure hope it is not referring to the chief, Benson Cunningham.
Or to our friendly engineer, Mr. Harry Benson.
Oh, shit.
No, that couldn't be. No way.
But the possibility, though remote, does exist.
Metal, I want you to cut off all your data transmissions to headquarters now.
Understood. Now disabling automatic transmission routines. Done. No further data transmissions to headquarters will be executed.
My God, a Snatcher in Junker headquarters? We've got to get there quick. Let's go, Metal.
See you later, Junker. Today's little information tidbit is on me. Now take care, Gillian. Don't get yourself taken out by some Snatcher. I think I'll lay low for a while. You know, after all, you are my main source of income.
You be careful too, Napoleon. You get killed and you won't be able to sneeze anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
See you, Napoleon. Metal, let's go.
Shit. A Snatcher in Junker headquarters. Oh, God. Let's see, does it let us go? We have to hurry, yeah. All false options again. It's all linear from here. Holy crap. So, the possibility, while remote, does exist. Oh, God. That can't be good. I sure hope it's just a false lead, or I hope it could be another, a completely different Benson. How's the investigation? Chief and Harry, they're... The Chief and Harry are out right now, I think. Oh, really? Have you been able to contact Katrina yet? Contents patient. I've broken the code on that patient's record. It was the patient's name. In other words, I've uncovered a possible snatcher. What? Who? Oh my god, it's not someone I know, is it? I don't know their full name, but the name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer, Harry Benson. So that's the situation. You be careful too, Mika. I can't believe it. I know you don't want to believe it, but we're dealing with Snatchers. That's the way they operate. I wonder if that's the hospital Jean found. Well, it's weird. They're abandoned, yes, but they've also got... They're getting regular shipments of anti-cancer drugs. Harry's out right now. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left. Said he had to check on something. Now that you mention it, he's been gone for several hours. He's been a little restless lately. He seemed to be investigating something. Snatchers are disguised as people? Yeah, that's their whole thing. They kill people and take their place in society, and right now we got a possible Snatcher in headquarters. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Yeah, we got a possible Snatcher in headquarters. It's all the patient record said was Benson, but well, there's two Bensons. There's the chief and there's the engineer. We got Benson Cunningham and Harry Benson. I hope to God it's not either of them. About the chief. The chief is out right now. I don't know when he'll be back. It's really unusual for the chief to leave headquarters. Yeah, good point. He's always been in his office. It's probably some meeting to prepare for the upcoming Kyoto Summit. It's really... yeah. Jeez. The chief has been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month, and he's had a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. Ooh. Mika, what do you think? I don't want to distrust anybody. Yeah, but, make sure you check the gumball machine, too. I want to believe in him, but you, Harry the Chief, I really love and trust all of you. Yeah. Jeez. Kyoto Summit. The Kyoto Summit, what's that? It's the annual summit of the leaders of the world's advanced countries. It'll be taking place in Old Kyoto this year. One of the topics on this year's agenda is the Snatcher menace. Other countries are starting to worry that Snatchers are not just a Neo-Kobe problem anymore. Moving on to the world. Oh, God. I think we're, in this a little deeper than, we were, just a few minutes ago. But Jesus. Well, I guess we should move on and investigate. Why don't we search headquarters while the Chief and Harry are out? Yeah. Start with the Chief's office. He's not in at the moment, so either the Chief or Harry is a Snatcher. Or neither of them are. Let's look for evidence. We have to proceed with this investigation with the utmost care at this point. Start the search with this room here. I mean, it could... yeah, no. Move back to front. It could be either or. Or it could be neither. I mean, this could be... yeah, make sure you check the gumball machine. Yeah, this could be Benson from friggin' Regular Show. Geez, I can't believe it just took me now to get that reference. But, yeah, I mean, it could be Benson from Regular Show. What's to say it's, any Benson in Junker headquarters? Look, chair. It's the Chief's chair. The Chief's not in it. Yeah, it's weird not seeing the Chief. The monitor is switched off. That's unusual. It's the first time I've ever seen it shut off. I'm not really sure, but it appears to be just a picture of a flower vase. Chief was always really protective of that vase, though. Of that picture. appears the chief is out of them. Yeah. Monitor's switched off. Not really sure, but it appears to be just a photo of a flower vase. The chair's surface temperature is quite low. It's really rare for the chief to be out. Is he busy with the preparation for the summit, as Mika said? Something is funny here. Most of the monitors are quite cold. This has always bothered me. Don't you think this picture seems a little out of place with the atmosphere of the room? Yeah, that always bugged me too. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't fit in. But even then, I mean, the chief just appreciates fine art. I mean, there's nothing else in here. Guess we gotta move on to engineering. Harry is not in, so both of them are out. Alright, let's try this last room. It's a poster of a famous pop star from the previous century. It's a picture from Harry's childhood. It's another thing that gets me, it's just not knowing who his parents are. Desktop. There is something on the desk. There's a box of matches and a memo. Matches? Outer Heaven's logo appears on them. What? Outer Heaven matches. Harry had Outer Heaven matches? It says face to face. Face to face. Outer Heaven's logo appears. It's in very bad shape, but the corners have been reinforced. Harry was really taking good care of it. If we could see the entire photo, we could determine who Harry's parents are. It's definitely a box of matches that Outer Heaven gives away to its regular customers. Harry is the only one in headquarters who smokes. I can't believe that Harry might be a Snatcher. But he had matches from Outer Heaven. No, I can't believe that Harry could be a Snatcher. Let's hang on to these matches. That will not be necessary. They are identical to the ones we already have. I'm constantly recording everything that happens. It will be a burden on the investigation. Let's put them here. No, it's in Harry's handwriting. I wonder if it is some kind of message. Face to face. We have this thing. Face to face thing has got to be the key. We have to search in areas that this brings to mind. It probably means search for face to face or watch out for face to face or something like that. Hang on to this memo for me, Metal. Alright, I'll store this memo as evidence. I don't know, this honestly isn't looking too good for Harry's. I don't know, but something's, it's just like off. I want to go back and check the Chief's room. Face to face. Face to face. Anything in this room that really brings up the idea of face to face? Other than the chief being there where it was a face-to-face meeting. But let's look around again. Chair. Chief's not in it. Monitor's switched off. Picture. Wait a minute, do you notice something odd about this picture? Look, doesn't it look like a face to you? No, it looks like a face. Face? I don't get it. Look, it looks like a face. Yeah, Metal, what the hell's wrong with you? Sure, let's investigate again. Look at this. I thought it was just a picture of a vase. If you reverse the background and the drawing, it's two faces. Face to face. This must be the face-to-face Harry was referring to in the memo. This picture was cleverly designed to take advantage of the human sense of sight. What's that supposed to mean? That you can't see easily if you're not human? Let's search more carefully. Check out the face-to-face part of it, will ya? There's a switch between the two faces. I'll push it. What the fuck? Photo back, and I don't think they expected anybody to leave, because they sort of revealed what it was. But I think I pushed it quick enough to. I think I pushed it quick enough to sort of hide it. Let's see. Photo. Based on the condition of the inks, I would judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. 50 years old. Investigate. Based on the condition of the inks, yes. I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Metal. Where was this picture taken? Alright, I will now search for data on this photo's location in the Alpha 1 network. I found it. This is a photograph of Red Square in Moscow taken sometime before the catastrophe. Red Square? What's a picture like that doing in the chief's office? Store that in your video memory for me, will you? I have now stored the photo's image in my memory. The chief had this picture? Or someone planted it there to set up the chief. And there were those matches that Harry had, too. Which one is the Snatcher? It will depend on what evidence we can turn up. Both of them seem suspicious. Maybe it's someone else entirely. That's true. The patient chart with the Benson on it is quite suspect as well. Maybe somebody wanted us to find it. It seems pretty odd that the Snatchers would have left part of a patient's record behind in the first place. Maybe it's a trap. That can't be ruled out based on the evidence we've seen so far. Why would there be a picture like this in the Chief's inn? It brings up a good point. Why would the Chief put a photo like that out? Computer room looks normal. When they were giving his stuff away, I got his fountain pen. Still the idea of a Snatcher in the... of a Snatcher in headquarters. Jesus. Let's ask Mika. Mika, do you have any idea what this is? I saw this in a book once. Isn't it Moscow before the catastrophe? I found it in the chief's office. Why would he have something like this? That's a good question. Where shall we go? Boy. So I guess before I go any further, I want to ask whoever's watching, if anybody's watching, place your bets. Who do you guys think the Snatcher is? I guess the options are either the Chief, Benson Cunningham, the engineer, Harry Benson, or a completely unrelated person. But, you know, might as well make that the question. I'm sure we're gonna find out soon, but, oh, jeez. What a mess. What a mess. Ooh. This is not good. I think I ought to call Jamie. Because we're probably gonna be in some, hot shit, so... The call will not go through. Let's try her voicemail or her home.
Bet I surprised you, huh? Don't worry, this is just a tape. I'm at work right now. If you need to reach me, please call Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs at 391009. Sorry to scare you. Bye!
The lab. Well, she's not picking up, so... Oh, boy. This is not good. Not good at all. Can't get in touch with Jamie. There's a possible Snatcher in headquarters. Jesus. What a mess. Well, let's get back in the turbo cycle. Gillian, I have a video phone call from Jamie. I'll connect you. Oh, now you've got a call.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully. You know that Queens hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in Neo Kobe. That's why there were still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Shin-Shu Ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments at an illicit underground facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Chin-Shu Ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a Snatcher. Or rather, the real Chin, the original Chin, was snatched.
So, that entire ground-level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans. Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Gillian?
Yeah?
This sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know, I want you to come home safe.
Jamie...
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
Oh, Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with. Be careful, Gillian.
Jamie.
Are you all right, Gillian?
Yeah. All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital. Her Majesty is waiting.
You also kept hitting on other women, yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, at this point we have entered the end game. It is going to be a straight shot to the end of the story. Freedom of exploration will be non-existent at this point, except for, you know, in the specific locations we're at. And you guys are about to find out why. So, just as a recap up to this point, there's the possibility that the chief or the engineer, or both, or neither of them, are Snatchers. Jamie found out that Queen's Hospital has secret underground treatment facilities. Then there was the whole thing with Chinchuo and the eugenics experiments. Long story short, I think we're about to fuck up the Snatchers' plans big time. With that said, let's set course for Queen's Hospital. This is taking a little longer than usual.
Just where do you think you're going?
This is most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the? We've got no brakes! Metal, check the brake system out. Pronto!
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No doubt the Snatcher's handiwork.
Sabotage? But the only one who could work on the turbo cycle?
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got to do something quickly.
Shit. So, hang on. Got a friend watching this who wants to make sure they catching the good stuff. So, our turbo cycle's been sabotaged. And our options here are to jump out, give up, or pull the emergency lever. You know what? Yeah. What? Are you giving up? Oh no, Gillian has given up. Now we're truly doomed. Oh, shut up, will ya? I'll think of something. Probably. Pull emergency lever. Gillian, pull that lever over there. Or Metal, pull that lever over there. Alright, here goes. It broke off. Shit. I guess we've had it. Jump out. You can't be serious. At this speed, you'd be torn to pieces. We've had it. There's nothing we can do. Don't give up so easily. There might be some way out of this yet. What in the world are you doing? Jump out. That won't work anymore. Hit the cliff. I've got it. We'll try swiping the cliff. Hang on, Metal. Damn, even that won't stop it. Jeez. This thing must be going pretty friggin' fast. Into the cliff one more time. Also, where the hell is there a cliff in the city? Damn, even that won't stop it. We're finished. It's been nice knowing you, Gillian. Shut up, there must be something. It's hopeless. We're moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. There's no way we can survive. Damn, the speed keeps increasing. Alright, I'll try plowing this thing into the sand pile over there. Hang on tight. didn't work. Shit, I gotta use the restroom again. I will be back shortly.
Mic off. Mic on.
I am so sorry about having to keep going to the restroom. Either whatever I ate for dinner tonight did not settle well with my stomach, or I'm just getting like stomach issues, stomach cramps, and with anxiety related to a jump scare that will be happening within the next 30 to 45 minutes. Anyway, let's try driving the sand pile one more time. Well, jumping out won't work. Hitting the cliff won't work. Guess we gotta press a button. Let's see what we do.
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Miller with you here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
You've turned on the radio, Gillian. What are you doing? Yeah. Alright, I'll try another button. Of all the buttons to press... Did you not read the manual? Gillian, did you not read the manual when you started to use this vehicle? And Metal, did you not know this vehicle inside and out? You were programmed with everything Gillian needs to do its investigation. But yeah, we just hit the afterburner. That doesn't look fun. Whoops! You've boosted our thrust by 23%. I knew we shouldn't have gone with the titanium chassis. Yeah. Funny fact, about just police vehicles in general. The reason that the Ford Crown Victoria was used as a police car for so long is because it was one of the few sedans that was built with what's called a body on frame. Basically, that means that the body, the chassis of the vehicle, is separate from like the body or like the doors and everything. So if in the event that the cops had to crash into somebody, or like they had to pull a pit maneuver or some kind of maneuver that would damage the body of the vehicle, they could just take that body part off and put another body part on. But since Ford stopped making the Crown Vic Police Interceptors and the Taurus Police Interceptors, they've moved to the Ford Explorer, which is the same idea. So let's see, we were going at 200 kilometers per hour, plus 23, hang on, plus 23. They are now moving at plus 23%. They are now moving at 246 kilometers per hour, 246 kph to mph. So for all you Yankees out there, these guys are traveling at 152.86 miles per hour. So, yes, in the words of Sonic, they, gotta go fast. Pray to God. Ooh, let's press the button one more time. That's the heater. Temperature increasing. 68 degrees. 69, nice. 70, 71, 72. There. It's reached a comfortable room temperature. Oh, I thought it was because it was good at making No, that's a good one. But yeah, it's basically if they have to pull off some kind of crazy maneuver that damages the vehicle, they can just easily replace parts. I don't care about the temperature right now, Metal! Pray to God. Well, Metal, I haven't known you for very long, but it's been fun. Gillian, let's pray together. Actually, I'm not that religious. I didn't think so. That's it, Gillian! Prayer! Look! A new command has appeared on the menu! I love that. Save me! I save thee! If you save me, I promise I'll worship you devoutly. You can pick the religion. Do you really mean that, Gillian? Of course not! And here I am thinking about that joke where, the question on Reddit where it's like, if you suddenly had telepathic powers and you could communicate with every person in the world, what would you say? And somebody was like, yes, I am real, and I am the true religion, and I am the god you were looking for. Sitting back and watch the world burn. I guess at this point we just gotta hit the control panel and see what happens.
Damn! What else can we do? Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes! Yes! Push anything!
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
Gillian, the road makes a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Hey, Gillian! Huh?
What's
Over
that?
here! What's that? Gillian, over here! Random! Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike! Hurry!
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Damn, Random's bike must be
Metal,
fast.
you go first!
What? Not again.
Move your butt! That curve's just ahead!
Understood. 1, 2, 3!
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump! I can't! My timing's off!
150 meters.
Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late!
Damn!
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it. Don't bury me so fast. I'm right here. Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian, it's not much farther to Queen's Hospital, and you could probably use the exercise anyway. Why don't we just continue the rest of the way like this?
Jeez.
We've arrived at Queen's Hospital.
So, this is the place, huh? Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know. We may not come back. And the bounty for this one will more than make up for it. If you're around to spend it, that is.
Gillian, let's get going.
Gillian, crash into that school over there. I shouldn't be laughing at that. Actually, I think that's how you'd make human jelly. You know, just set a vehicle at 246 kilometers per hour careening down the highway. Yeah, nothing unusual. So that little line about metal, say, you know, you could really use the exercise. So in the original, the MSX PC Engine, or MSX PC 8801 and the PC Engine releases, this scene was a little more comical, and it has Gillian sort of like holding on, or Metal holding on to Gillian by the coat as Gillian is literally like anime style like running behind the bike going 246 kilometers per hour. Also, Random's bike only has one wheel. Move. Look. Building dates from the 20th century. There's no sign that they are in business. Investigate. It's a round pillar-shaped building that were kind of popular. An old building like this wouldn't attract anyone's attention. They really thought it through, didn't they? Underground operations. Not surprisingly, part of the neon sign is burned out. This area is directly above a section of the abandoned tube liner subway system. It seems to have gone downhill since the train stopped running. Now that you mention it, yeah, the fact that Queen's Hospital has a basement, because the tube liner project, the subway system, was canned because the soil was like too soft and it wasn't stable enough for Neo Kobe, which is an artificial island. So the hospital, the basement is obviously underground, and it's directly above a section of the tube liner, the subway. Weird. That's rather suspicious. It looks like Jamie might have been right. I've confirmed that on my infernal geographic records, one of the subway lines passes directly under here. Most of the ground in Neo Kobe is too soft to allow underground digging. Got the data from earlier visit recorded, so you can open it at any time. Random, what do you think? I'll know when I get in there. Good point. Alright, time to go inside. Alright, now entering their security system. Lock disabled. Alright, Random, let's go. I'm ready for anything. Alright, I'll open the door. Here we go, guys. We're inside the hospital. It's really quiet in here. There has to be an entrance to the lower level in here somewhere. And I think I know where the entrance is. remember we were looking at the desk in room 3 in the director's office, and there were rails running under the desk. The lack of lights is weird. I can't think of any reason for that. So maybe the Snatchers don't need lights. This room may have some kind of a trap or other device in it. Turn your light on. Yes, sir. Coming on. The light is now on. I can control over to you, Gillian. You operate the light? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's just investigate. What kind of a device are you talking about? Why don't we just take a good look around? It's a monitor designed for use with a computer. I see nothing unusual. They run under this desk. Perhaps this desk is designed to slide. I think you're right. We've checked it before. As you can see, there's nothing there. You might have missed something. Let's check really carefully. You have to trust your instincts. Gillian, please stay quiet. They will find us if we make too much noise. It's too bad there's nothing there. Trying to think. Nothing to investigate except face to face. What's this? Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture that's on the wall of the chief's office? That's a famous optical illusion, isn't it? I get it. Their eyes don't register optical illusions. We'd better check that out. It's not something a human would notice easily. It could be a sign of some kind. I bet this vase is some kind of a switch. Alright, I will try lifting it up. Oh. The desk slid to one side, revealing a stairway leading down.
This apparently leads down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
And that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Pete, investigate, use map. Okay, I'm gonna save here. It appears to go straight down. The door is visible below. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust on them. In other words, our friends use this, right? Don't worry, it's well built. If these stairs can handle a Snatcher, they won't have any trouble with us. I don't read anything at the moment.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll have to go down single file.
Okay, who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair!
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs, sort of like parallel worlds.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen. They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
Jeez. That door door's closed. There's got to be a switch somewhere, just like the floor above. Look. Area. There's a reception booth in the middle of the floor as usual, or as upstairs, and there are 3 doors off and a hallway. Everything is exactly the same. It looks like we jumped through time or something. The floor. It's been polished quite meticulously. Nothing light upstairs at all. I see. It was a linoleum floor, huh? Monitors and control consoles appear well cared for. In other words, this stuff gets looked at regularly. We better be real careful. The monitors are switched off, but the AC power lamps are still lit. Doors. Door 1. That door is closed. That door is closed. That door is closed. The construction of the designs of the hallways and rooms of the hall. The construction design of the hallways and rooms is like absolutely identical to the floor above. It's waxed rather nicely. I just can't imagine a bunch of snatchers crawling around waxing floors. They seem to like things tidy, don't they? It's obviously used differently from the floor above. It's waxed rather nicely. There are switches here to open the doors. It's been used quite recently. The monitors are still warm. What's this? Unlike the first floor, there are only 2 switches. Doors. That door is closed. That door is closed. It says morgue. Ew. Morgue? As in where dead bodies are kept? That door is closed. Let's investigate a different room first. I'll push switch number 1, door 1 open. Push switch 2, door 2 opened. Let's move into door 1. We're in room number 1. The lights are on, unlike upstairs. There is an operating table in the middle of the room. This appears to be their real treatment area. With these lights, it actually looks like a real hospital. Yeah, it does. Various X-ray devices have been installed in the ceiling. A number of brand new medical monitors are installed. Brand new, huh? It appears to be a standard operating table. Cables run from it through a number of machines around the room. There is nothing of note besides the medical equipment. It's a pretty big place, can't really see everything at once. Let's take a look from one side to the other. I will, Random, don't worry. Besides the standard and X and gamma rays, they can also project neutron and proton particle beams with this equipment. I would suspect this is used in cancer treatment. There are monitors for ultrasound, MRI scanners, and other imaging equipment. They are already connected to the nearby machines. The surface of the bed is still quite warm. It's as if something was lying there until just moments ago. I'm not picking up any movement, at least not anymore. There was some movement, but I've lost it now. I wonder if this is where they carry out their treatment. It sure looks that way. Whew, the smell from those drugs can knock a guy down. Let's look over. It's a Snatcher! Don't scare me like that, it's just a specimen. It's a model of a human skeleton, no doubt used for anatomical study. It's rather grotesque, it's somewhat distorted. For a medical model, it's quite inaccurate. There's no mistake, this is their nest. Let's take the place out. Just relax. Let's take a look at the other rooms, too. Jesus, my heart is fucking pounding. Let's go out in the hall. We're in the hospital's hallway. Close switch 1. Door 1 closed. Jeez, my heart is literally just like, I feel it, like... We're in room number 2. Look at this, some kind of testing equipment is running. That's a real nasty sound, gets on my nerves. This room seems to be their real biotech research lab. Looks like Frankenstein could show up at any minute. It is well equipped with micro-manipulators, various types of lasers, a microsurgery system. There are a number of jars for formaldehyde and other chemicals. There are a number of machines for biotech experiments. It seems they are quite serious about their work. They are all finest quality monitors, microscopes, and the like. Samples, mutated cells, and organs with tumors. I don't want to look at this stuff. Perhaps they are culturing skin cells. They are all finest, yeah. Yeah, they've got some state-of-the-art shit. Don't know how they get it, but they sure do. The room is illuminated with red light. It makes for a very disquieting atmosphere. What are they doing here? What's with all the samples? This looks like a lot more than a place to treat skin cancer. Argon lasers, argon dye lasers. It's a device for selectively destroying types of cancer cells. They also have the latest gene cannon. Everything is quite neatly organized. There are samples here of monoclonal antibodies. What in the world is that? Antibodies, which are said to have beneficial effects on cancerous melanomas. There's no mistake. This is definitely their maintenance hospital. DNA synthesizers, DNA sequencers, a nucleic acid extractor, chromatography equipment, automatic pipetting devices. There's a particle accelerator used to generate a stream of heavy particles for a number of different treatment techniques. The machine is in standby mode. Looks like the Snatchers were working on an artificial skin regeneration technique as well as various cancer treatments. There are a number of cell cultures and other specimens. It's all rather grotesque. What do you think? Sure looks like we found their hideout to me. Let's take a look at the room next door. Whew, what a smell. Ugh, smells like rotting fish or something. Smells like rotting fish. That's the smell of decomposing protein. So that's the smell of cancerous skin cells, like Gibson wrote about, eh? There's just nothing in there. Let's get out of here. Oh, random. Ugh, I feel sick. Yeah, well... Oof. We're in the hospital's hallway. Still can't use switch 3. There are only 2 buttons here. I wonder how one can get the 3rd button open. There must be some kind of trick or something. I mean, there's only 2 buttons. Still can't. That door is closed. So we gotta go back to room 1. Door 1 opened. Move. Door 1. We're in room number 1. When you look at them like this, there isn't much difference between them and humans. Oh yeah, there's a Snatcher over there, or a skeleton of something. We thought it was a Snatcher. Let's look over, make sure it's, see what it looks like again. Oh. Oh, shit, it's gone. It was definitely there a moment ago. I read movement. This room. Gillian, watch it! Ah! Oh, shit! Aim for the head! Ah, damn! Got me! Ow. Holy shit, and I knew that jump scare was coming. Jesus.
Did I get it?
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their
I
maintenance
knew
facility.
that jump scare was coming too.
This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that skin on.
Perhaps that's humanity's great weakness. We're always judging books by their cover.
And it's just that human weakness that they're out to take advantage of.
All right, Random. Metal, let's go. The HQ's junk squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
You gotta be kidding me. Stay down. So here's the situation. I knew that jump scare with the Snatcher was coming. What I didn't know is that they programmed that little specific segment to automatically advance the text. Like, that wasn't me pushing the button really fast. That was the text advancing on its own. It did not give me a chance to sort of, I want to say, script the Snatcher coming in. But it did not give me a chance to react. So they straight up said, so from the moment where it's like, I read movement, this room, Gillian, watch it, slides in. That is just auto advance. I had no control over that point. So even then, it still got me. Jeez. I think it's definitely dead. Or terminated this time. Jeez. Yes, all its functions have ceased. I don't read any residual energy either.
Impressive! Looks like I misjudged you, junker.
It was quite a tough customer. You get a few hundred of those together and that would be it. Yeah, it got me the, it hit me that first time when it was up and personal in my face, but, yeah, I knew it was going to come back for a second round. And, fun fact about that, that little line that Random says with the impressive, and the line about making it down, that only happens if you take no damage during that second section. So if you don't get hit when it comes back, and you pretty much knock it down before it can hit you, then, you actually get that little extra line of dialogue. Gillian, let's get on with the investigation. Investigate. Snatcher. Its functions have been completely terminated. It won't be moving again. I hope so. The remains of the Snatcher are on this floor. On the floor. It smells like burning machinery. Well, yeah. Looks like this is where they're doing their treatment. And that proof is over there on the floor. Yeah. Just like that last one, you never know when they might pop out. Keep your blaster ready, Gillian. Alrighty. Use switches. Switch 1. Door 1 closed. If there was one in the operating room, there are bound to be others. You never know. They could be hiding anywhere around here. I don't know. For a supposed hideout, there aren't very many of them. Gillian, please be more quiet. They'll hear us. There are only 2 buttons here. There must be some way to open the third door. Let's check out this floor a little more. That door is closed. Talk. Okay, what the hell do I do? Hang on. So, one of the triggers, and I'll tell you right now, one of the triggers to be able to unlock door 3 is that it says, there's no mistake, this is definitely their maintenance hospital. The other trigger is supposed to be downing that Snatcher. So, let me just check the guide real quick. Back into room 1. Look. Snatcher. The remains of the Snatcher. There's no sign it's moved at all. Don't worry, it's dead. Ceiling. So there are no more jump scares, at least not right now. There really aren't any more real jump scares, like no Snatchers getting in your face like that. Equipment's in standby mode, operating table. Motion detector, there's nothing around at the okay, so yeah, the motion's stopped. Its functions have been completely terminated, it won't be moving again. Don't let your guard down, his friends are probably stench from that Snatcher we wasted is still around. But, stupid Reddit thought bots are trying to take over, trying to keep messaging me, and I guess Reddit's deleting them like crazy. So look. Investigate around room. Ceiling. Monitors. Yeah, there's actually a smell option, and if you smell it in certain rooms, yeah, and if you smell it, it smells like burning machinery. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder if it's because we took a Snatcher took 2 blaster bolts to the face. Ceiling. Operating table. I mean, I'm looking at everything. The remains of the Snatcher on the floor around room. Ceiling, lens has been polished. Operating table, nothing unusual there. Monitors. Its functions have been completely terminated. I hope to fuck you're right, Metal. Talk. Smell. Yeah, the stench from that Snatcher we wasted is still around. We might have to go back to room 2, because when they say there's no doubt about it, this is their maintenance hospital. That's supposed to be one of the triggers that tells you to go back out. But let's try this again. Oh yeah, there is another, This is quite an impressive array of, this is what we needed. This is quite an impressive array of equipment. Some university hospitals are not stocked this well. NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance microscopes, STM, scanning tunnel microscopes, high voltage electron microscopes, electron beam holography, cameras, streak cameras. Gillian, the Snatchers obviously possess much greater intelligence than we have previously given them credit for. Nevertheless, their technology seemed somewhat dated. Dated? What do you mean by that? The equipment and techniques they are using, most of these methods were abandoned years ago. This is well behind the current level of technology in most developed countries. It's a rough approximation, but I would say that they are 20 to 30 years behind the times. What's more, judging from the imbalance of the research material here, it appears to be primarily the work of one individual. Shenshuo? You're telling me that all this work on Snatcher's artificial skin is being carried out by one person and not some government institution? The design of this house itself is in violation of a number of biohazard prevention safety codes. While a few safety cabinets have been installed, there is no autoclave or gas sterilizer anywhere. This is quite far from P4 level. I seriously doubt that this lab was set up by a government or any other large organization. I think that's what we were looking for. So, Gillian, now it's just down to just room number 3. Hospital hallway. Gonna close 1. Close 2, but there's still no option to enter room 3. There are only 2 buttons. Maybe it can be opened using those 2 buttons? 1 and 2.
Alright, let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The 2 buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if 2 of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's give it a try anyway. I've got button 1. Random, you push number 2. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
Alright, so I am going to make it very clear that I am not going to enter room 3 yet. I'm going to give you about a minute to, if you choose to tune out for a little while, for about the next, if you just want, there's no gore, I'll say this, there's no gore audio-wise, so if you want to close the video and just listen to the audio, because it does have some very plot-heavy, plot-relevant stuff coming up. you can definitely hide the video somewhere. Or just, look away from the video, but I would recommend that you continue to listen to the audio. However, I am going to warn you that there is going to be some visual gore coming up. Again, none of the gore is audible, it is just visual gore. But it is something I should still mention in case you are not used to that or you have a weak stomach. So I will give you guys about a minute should you choose to move away. Alrighty. So I'm gonna give you guys another minute real quick. I just need to browse. There's gonna be some heavy gore. I'm just checking checking Discord, seeing what stuff's popping up real quick. All right, here we go. We are moving into room 3. Are you ready, random? Let's have a look at the last room. Oh dear God!
God!
I read 4 human skeletons in this room.
It's their morgue!
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where they hide the bodies of the originals they snatch from places like Outer Heaven.
They probably picked Outer Heaven because it gets a lot of VIP traffic. Plus, during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Yeah, and the guy who set up the link between them and Outer Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver. They must have gone after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering what they had done with the bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library? Need to hide a body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the streets, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we just nailed 4 Snatchers.
God. So, yeah, so this is their morgue, and obviously it doesn't look like whoever put them there really wanted them to, didn't care about really giving them any respect. But holy shit. Yeah, that gross out pop-up of the newest of the freshest of the corpses is definitely Look around room. It appears to have been a proper morgue at one time, but is now being used as little more as in a closet. There's a ventilation duct on one side of the room. Looks like a pretty big one too. I don't see anything except for the ventilation duct. Remains. One of the bodies is still decomposing. The other three are little more than skeletons. There is a cover on the duct, but it has been weakened by oxidation. There are a few droppings on the floor from mice who are no doubt feeding on the bodies. Oh god. A number of different insect larvae have infested the body. It hasn't been well preserved, to say the least. Oh jeez. God. But it's definitely a human body. Oh no, I thought Snatchers were the ones that rotted when you shot them. I thought they were the ones that turned into human skeletons, not those metal things like the one we just shot. Yeah, number. Ugh, what a horrible smell. Yeah. Duct is connected to an underground air circulation system. It may even lead into the tube liner as well. A vent that leads into the tube liner. I think I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together. The insects infesting a decomposing body can be divided into 8 large groups. We're investigating the time of death. Each of these groups works on the body for roughly 15 days, making an 8 by 15 day or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of the variety, number of size of the organisms on the body allows for a rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead without analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs and the maggots have grown into adult flies, so it has been less than 30 days since death. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months have passed. So one of them's still decomposing and the other 3 have been dead for quite some time. I'm wondering if we took out anybody who's in this room right now. Investigate. Cause of death. Can you determine the cause of death? The bodies are severely damaged. Such a determination would require more extensive facilities than are available here. If any detectives, like people like in forensics or forensic students end up watching this stream, let me know how accurate this specific section of the game is in terms of like determining the time of death for a body that's been severely deformed or damaged. Because I would be surprised. I mean, Kojima tends to go well into a lot of research. He tends to be pretty detailed. But, just wondering. Let's see the identities. What about the identity of the victims? Hair, clothing, even teeth? Anything that could be used to make an identification is gone. Damn Snatchers. They were careful to make sure their identities didn't get out. If we might even had some teeth, we might be able to make an ID. What about these teeth here? They've been deliberately misaligned to prevent identification. So this is because of a graphical error on the part of the developers for the PC Engine and the Sega CD releases. So in the original, none of the corpses had teeth. But somebody added them this time, so they had to put this extra line in about how they were deliberately misaligned because of the script. Then I guess we'll never be able to ID them. There is a way. What? How? We can perform a simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, the skulls of the victims are still intact. Reconstruction, huh? Good idea. Great idea. Alright, I say it's time we reconstruct these corpses and see who the hell we're dealing with. Gonna make sure we save, because I don't know, apart from that Snatcher in the first room, there has been very limited activity, if you will. So, let's reconstruct these corpses, see who the hell we're dealing with. Metal, let's do this reconstruction thing on the bodies.
Now performing simulated reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims. Commencing with victim number 1. Now performing craniometric analysis. X-ray and sagittal X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging, and positron CT data gathered. Complete cranial data now being compiled. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction. First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim's sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal bone angle. And 3. Development of splachocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration. 2. Volume of intracranial cavity. And 3. Mass of the skull. Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on average results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of first victim completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of second victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
That's the director of Queen's Hospital, Shin Fui, what's his face,
Chin Shu O, Gillian.
Oh, so
Moving on to last victim.
now you're
Now
not
commencing
being
reconstruction of features of victim number 4.
stereotyping the Chinese.
This one's the
Metal.
most recent. It's still
Jeez.
decomposing.
Little
Now starting
different.
craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of final victim completed.
It's the chief!
What?
The chief is a snatcher! The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the chief who sabotaged our turbo cycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
No doubt Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message. Wait a minute. Didn't Mika say that Harry had left to go find the chief?
Oh, yeah.
That's right. He was probably trying to track down some evidence on the chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous spot.
If it was the chief that sabotaged the turbo cycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
You think, Gillian?
That's far enough, Junker. Your little investigation is over.
It's them!
Who? Snatchers?
Get them!
Ouch.
My arm! I can't reach my blaster! I'm hit in the leg!
Is that the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there? Jin Shuo, you scum!
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering Phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2? What are you talking about?
As you know,
I could do this all
our
day.
operations have
Really,
been
with your
hindered
arm
up to
sliced
now
up the way it is,
by
Gillian?
the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night, underground, or in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin. This was the only difference between us and you humans.
I'm gonna interact
But
with you guys
now
in the
we
chat.
have broken this barrier.
Try and be quiet.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing a perfect artificial skin, thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our plan.
Perfect artificial skin? A new partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to Phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
You humans are always so overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you're aware that the Kyoto Summit, being held to decide how to handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Metal, is that right?
Yes. Countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at this year's summit.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
You must be crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker? Aren't you even aware that a fellow Junker will be giving a special presentation at the summit?
The chief, Cunningham. So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Gillian, the summit is tomorrow. We have to hurry.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world. Nothing can stop us now. We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Who is this we you keep talking about?
We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar? Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but...
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial unification.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis, our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the people. We will strike at you humans' weakest point, the most primitive part of your psychological makeup, your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together, that of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. by stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts. Our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a junker.
Just what have you have in mind?
I've got a big fireworks show ready for them. Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're better off fighting together.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything with a leg wound like this. I might as well have been shot in the head.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Hey, I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late for fireworks.
So it'll be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My belt's packed with TNT-PX. You know, that really strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars. One push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now, you with me? Fireworks are better from a distance anyway, Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're quite busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal, break into the air shaft and run, and don't forget your blaster.
Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random.
Gillian! Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Don't worry. I'll pay it back to the Snatchers with interest.
All right, go! Run, Gillian!
Random. Jeez.
Metal, are you okay? Metal, something broken?
Language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
The thick walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast. If it wasn't for Random, we wouldn't have made it. Oh, Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief now. We must get back to Junker headquarters as quickly as possible. Harry and Mika are in danger.
You're right. And I have to keep my promise to Random. But first, we have to figure out how to get out of here.
I can't see a thing. What should we do?
Just like that, we lost Random. Yeah, funny how Chinchuo and the 4 Snatchers that he brought out were basically just sort of standing there as Gillian and Random were like, oh, hey, let's blow up this hospital. Yeah, or no, I don't want you to blow up this hospital. I'm going to blow up this hospital. Okay, you're going to blow up this hospital. Are you two finished chatting? I know, just standing there. I mean, we already know that at least 2 of the Snatchers fired on Gillian and Random. And then just that whole 10-minute speech, you know. And I mean, yeah, exactly. The first Snatcher's just standing there like, what are they talking about? You know? And then Chinchuo is just going there like, uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Got it. Yeah, I have no clue. So yeah, I tried to stay quiet during that little cinematic moment, just because it was one of the more plot-heavy sections. But yeah, as for the voice actors, so the story goes is Konami basically found like sort of in the same way that the people behind the Zelda CDI games basically just hired like local radio hosts and local TV actors and voice actors, basically just like AFTRA before SAG and Screen Actors Guild and AFTRA merged, just like local AFTRA radio and television actors to do the voices. So none of the people here are really big names. And it makes sense. Voice acting in games wasn't a huge deal quite yet. And in this particular case, this is one of the early examples of decent voice acting in a video game. Jeremy Blaustein, the guy who ended up translating and localizing Metal Gear Solid 1, also did Snatcher. I think he did a few other games for Konami as well. But yeah, the voice actors, Gillian Seed, Jeff Lou Payton is still actively doing voice acting, still on a relatively small scale, but he also teaches some classes on voice acting and voiceover. Jim Parks, believe it or not, I actually have an interview with Jim Parks up on the Junker HQ forums. I wasn't sure if it was him. Yeah, fair enough, every character isn't voiced by Matt Mercer or Cassandra Lee Morris yet. I wasn't sure at first if it was him, and I actually interviewed him while I was in the middle of filming a lacrosse game, believe it or not. It was like during a halftime show or something, or halftime. And I actually, I just found this Jim Parks who looked to be this sort of the right age as, because there is a photo of the voice actors out there of them during one of the recording sessions, and it's like the voice actors plus Jeremy Blaustein. And I ended up, I just saw Jim Parks was about yay old, so when I found this picture of him online and he had his own website, I was like, this might be the guy. So I sent an email out to him and it's like, hey, I'm reaching out to see if I can contact Jim Parks. I had a question. God, is my office chair torn? There's like a slight tear in my office chair. Darn it. I know, my nice comfy office chair just has a really slight tear to it. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. But yeah, I sent an email, and let me see if I can find it. I'll definitely put a link to it in I'll definitely put a link to it on this video at the end, or I'll put it in a community post. Let's see, Jim Parks. So, yeah, I sent the email out. I was just like, I was wondering if you worked on a game titled Snatcher in the 90s. I was wondering if you did work on this game, and if I could get an interview. And he's like, I believe I did. That was a long time ago, though. But I just asked a few questions, like, which characters he played, or voiced. So, according to the credits, he was Random Hajil and Napoleon. Some of the credits in the beginning of the game, in the opening cinematic as well as the ending cinematic, and the ending credits are a bit conflicting with each other. But I tend to go with what was on the end credits, I think. But it was, which characters did you play? Random Hajil and Napoleon. I sent a picture of the recording session in this picture. With the team, and it was a relatively diverse cast age-wise. You had some younger people, some older people there. What was it like during the recording sessions? Did you ever play Snatcher when it was finished? Because something I didn't realize is a lot of these people don't end up playing the media or watching the media that they're in. Somebody did get an interview with Jeff Lou Payton, who voiced Gillian Seed. Just sort of any let's see. Yeah, so those two characters, he was also cast like background voices, sometimes a grunter and out of sound breath. They had 2 sessions over a couple of days. Other actors respected each other, and we supported each other's performances. They were sad when the sessions were over because it was just so much fun to chew the scenery. Jim Parks did end up identifying himself on the photo, so it was him. We did end up confirming it was him. The game was created in Japan. They were given the track American Voices. he remembers doing a whole stretch of dialogue in a evil, scratchy voice. So hours after hours of recording, the throat starts to get really sore. So that would have been Chinchuo, younger, though scratchy or raspy voice. He was a little shocked that Jeff Lee Payton didn't mention him or anyone else in the interview. They both lived in Evanston, Illinois for a while. Ray Van Steen, they knew him pretty well. He was sort of a legend in local radio, but has since passed away. He was already relatively old in the group photo. During during that recording session, he was already in. It looked like he was in his 60s, 70s. So, I never really ended up playing the game. He did background voices for other games, but it wasn't really as fun for us as Snatcher. He ended up doing voiceover for 20 years, radio and TV commercials, but a lot of training and corporate videos. He was a theater actor, did some significant Chicago productions, and became the on-camera host of New Spaces on HGTV. So that was really nice, honestly, to get that interview and just to hear his side of the story. We heard Jeff Lee Payton. Somebody else on the Junker HQ forums is working on getting in contact with the rest of the VAs. I think he secured Susan Mail, who played Jamie. I'm trying to remember. Let me see, because there's like this whole project. We're all trying to find out the voice actors, at least interview who's left. Because as we were saying, Ray Van Steen is more than likely passed away, like 90 to 99%. I think I did end up tweeting Jeff Lee Payton once, and he said the same thing. He confirmed that about Ray Van Steen. HQ forums. But, that was definitely a unique interaction that I had a chance to interview somebody who... And they definitely were... I don't think they expected it either. Let's see. Yeah, so somebody else got Susan Mail on board for a voice actor interview, but that was back in 2018. The person who voices Metal Gear Mark II, Lucy Childs, is working for a religious cause, sort of, or at least when this guy posted, was working for like a religious. I think she's doing like religious publishing. Her name is Lucy Childs. Yeah, she's from the Aaron M. Priest Literary Agency. That's what it sounds like. I think, yeah. Also an actress. Susan Mail had a small, like stage show or something. Yeah, they say Ray Van Steen passed away in 2015. Jeff Lee Payton was also, in the 90s during McDonald's advertising, the I Am Hungry character was like some cheesy CGI character. Lynn Fusener, I don't know if anyone's gotten in touch with her, but she voiced Katrina, Lisa Nielsen, and I think a few background characters. Kimberly Harn voiced Mika Slayton. Haven't heard much of anything from her, and we're not sure. I've tried to find a few leads, but there was no way to really contact them or reach out to them in any reasonable manner. There is reason to believe she's still alive as of at least, like, I would say 10 years ago, because around that time somebody posted up some like posters, some fan-made posters for Snatcher and artworks, like official art from Konami, and got various voice actors to sign it, including Lucy Childs, Ray Van Steen. They actually did get Ray Van Steen, Jeff Lee Payton. I know they reached out to Kim Harn through her talent agency. But I'd definitely like to see what ends up becoming of it. And recently there was a recording session that Susan Mail did, where they recreated the intro for Snatcher, where she sort of redid her lines during the opening of Snatcher. So that little tangent aside, I'm going to reconnect. I'm going to save the game. It's a bit dark in here, but I'll try to save everything that happened up to this point. But yeah, so I ended up getting the interview with Jim Parks. um, which is neat. Honestly, I'd like to bring as many of them back. Like, if I ever work on a game, like sort of a spiritual successor to Snatcher, um, I'd like to see if I could get a majority of the remaining voice actors to do some kind of cameo lines, um, as like completely wholly separate characters. I know Lee Payton sort of used the same Gillian Seed voice for this is no dog, yeah, no good. I know Jeff Lee Payton reprised his role as Gillian Seed, or like the voice for a character in the visual novel 2064 Read Only Memories, which is like another successor to Snatcher. But yeah, I think I'd like to work on that myself. Something like that myself. Metal, turn your light on, will ya? I was waiting for you to ask. Let there be light. ROM, yeah, 2064 Read Only Memories. It's a pretty interesting visual novel, sort of the same idea of Snatcher. It tends to go more into the ethics of like giving robots, full on, sentience. It's got a very diverse cast of characters, and it was worked on by a very diverse crew. Yes, that is the game that came before Valhalla. So yes, but yeah, Jeff Lee Payton, Gillian Seed has a They were originally going to name drop Gillian in there. There was like a trailer or a teaser for 2064 with Jeff Lee Payton reprising the role as Gillian, but I think they were afraid of acquiring. I think they were afraid of accruing, or what is it, incurring the wrath of Konami's lawyers. There could be Snatchers waiting for us. Please use extreme caution. This is a big ass vent. How far does this thing go? Gillian, are you sure that this thing has an exit? Save. Yes, over right. So we're in the vent duct that was in the background of the morgue. We can't go back. The way is blocked by debris. Look, there's some kind of scratches here. Scratches, check them out. Both the right and the left side of the walls have scratches on them, as if something hard had bumped into them. It looks like it continues for some distance. It's constructed quite well. There are signs that construction to reinforce it has been carried out. Reinforced air ducts? What's this? There's some sand spilled here. How did this get here? For an air duct, the quantity of dust is quite low, so that means this thing is used regularly, right? There is certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct like this. Achoo! Gillian, is it Snow 9? Reinforcing bars formed of level floor hardness steel alloy have been installed. It's quite strong, and that's what saved us. I guess we should thank him. It seems this is not just a simple air duct. You think? Something bumping into them. Alright, now analyzing this sand. Iron particles, high quantity of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to the M district in Neo Kobe. You mean where the factory was? The one where Gibson got, the M district around the old factory, right? What's that mean? This scratch was caused by the scraping of a very hard claw-like object of some kind. A snatcher? Maybe they were using this as some kind of shortcut or back route. It appears that a snatcher was jagged through here. A human body would not cause such marks. Maybe that naked snatcher we saw in the operating room. That's probably correct. An endostructure before the artificial skin was installed seems most likely. Alright, I will gather and analyze a sample of the air here. Gillian, the results are as I would have expected. Though their concentration is thin, there is definitely Snow 9 present. Snow 9, huh? Is it okay to breathe it? You will be safe at these concentrations. Metal, are you picking up any movement? I'm afraid the shock of that explosion has damaged my motion detector. So is it working or not? I'm getting partial readings, but they are not as sensitive as they should be. If we get attacked in a narrow area like this, we've had it. Please pray for us, Gillian. We've got to make it out here. Damn, so I have to depend on my own eyes and ears, don't I? I can only hear the sound of water flowing. Then we must be close to a way out of this thing. Save with metal, because I think there is a shooting segment coming up. It's not Snatchers, though, so no more jump scares at least. Should be fine. Safe, but you'll be seeing ghosts for the next hour. Continue. Move. We can probably keep moving forward, but it's likely to be a dead end. Buried alive, huh? Great. Check real careful. There's gotta be a way out somewhere. Probably a sewer nearby. Oh, God. Hang on. Pull up the guide again, because this is one of those moments, it's like, I probably missed some option that, or have to select it 10 times. Look at the wall. Investigate scratches twice. Okay, I already did that. Investigate ground 3 Investigate ground 3 times. Reinforced concrete. This does not seem to be just an ordinary air duct. Looks like the Snatchers have been using it to move around. With these scratches and the presence of Snow 9, I'd say it's definite. I sure don't want to meet up with any of them in a tight space like this. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, Kojima moment where there's some really obscure, you gotta select, like, look 3 times and investigate 5 times. It also leads to some weird situations. So, like, I think the game expects you to investigate that first room in the basement of the hospital, look over at the skeleton, and then leave, go to the other room, and then come back, like I did. But I think if you just look over and then look over again, the Snatcher disappears. So it just sort of, like, is this, like, gameplay dissonance. Advance. Alright, continuing forward. Jeez, this thing just keeps going. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. In sectors, Gillian, use your blaster. You've gotta be kidding. Not here. Is actually considered one of the harder shooting segments in the game because they'll double up on you. In some of these instances, they'll double up on you. If you're using the D-pad, your buttons can stick. It's best to just mash the D-pad. No damage, damn. Meanwhile, that single Snatcher in the basement of the hospital was able to get me once. But yeah, that's considered one of the hardest moments because they'll double and triple team you. And then because of the way the shooting system works where the target auto centers, it can be a pain in the butt with you at the D-pad. I hear it's easier though when you have the Konami Justifier. Look, a way out. Nice. Don't let your guard down. Looks like we did find an end to the duct.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this
And one sec, I keep forgetting that. Oh, it only shows the top chat instead of the live chat, which is
Move
ridiculous.
from place to place.
There we go. Now I can see all the
This would
chats.
provide them with the perfect way
course
to
it's
move
easier.
about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much. We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liners' old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those two we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
Nice. Snatchers have been moving underground in the abandoned subway system, so let's see. If I recall, portions of the tube liner connect these everywhere that there was a tube liner. The factory in the M District, Queen's Hospital. I think they mentioned the Nielsen apartment as well. Probably lost, yeah. But, yeah, the Konami Justifier was basically a light gun. And if you hook that up, you could use it during the shooting segments. I wonder where we are. Metal, how much further do we have to go to reach the next station? Since I don't know what our exact present location is, I cannot give you an accurate figure. This part of the system did not have many stations. We will probably have to walk quite a bit further. What part of the city is this? I believe we are probably underneath the MR district. Hey, the Nielsen's apartment. Hey, Metal. Yes, Gillian? Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were awake. Listen. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. Metal, can you hear any trains approaching? What are you saying, Gillian? The tube liner system has been abandoned for years. I'm not picking up any unusual sounds. Metal, can you see what's up ahead? It appears the tunnel continues for as far as I can see. I cannot see anything else. Cannot see anything else. That's the area we just passed through. I see nothing out of the ordinary. We were just there, Gillian. There is nothing unusual about it. You're acting quite paranoid, aren't you, Gillian? Nothing is going to jump out at you. Don't worry. Really? You know, that's the same thing that we thought in the hospital, but, well. Huh? Gillian, what's wrong?
Look, Metal! Light!
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
There's a ladder!
Where do you suppose it leads, Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right. Now climbing the ladder. We seem to have emerged into an odd place. Wait, this room.
That's the Nielsen's bathroom.
It's Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He was using this shaft from the bathtub to get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
You know something I just realized? So Freddie and Nielsen's apartment number was 202, insinuating that this apartment is on the second floor of their building. Furthermore, they did mention that there were stairs that let them access the entrance through outside. So how the fuck does this ladder cross through the first floor without anybody noticing? Like, is this just like one of those things where... like, the ladder just... I don't even know, like, like, maybe it's not used, or like it's walled off on the other floors, but I mean, I just can't imagine them doing that. Usually plumbing fixtures are generally on top or below each other because it's the easiest way to line up pipes. So what's he doing? Is he crawling through? He's probably... I'd like to imagine that Freddy and Lisa were just climbing through their lower floor neighbor's bathtub. Just being like, hey there, Jerry. It's me, Freddy. You know, and like nobody batting an eye. That's the funniest thing. Look around room. It looks like the junk team has already taken care of Freddy's remains. There's a ladder leading underground. Empty room below, possibly. You can see your reflection in the mirror. I'd prefer not to be strangled like that again, thank you. Yeah, around room. Nothing has changed since we were last here. The apartment has been sealed off by the Junker Agency and Kyoto City Police. It appears the faucet was a double construction, functioning as a switch as well. Damn. Who the hell's plumbing all of this? Just call the Mario Brothers. Hey, we install, we like to install the double bathtubs. You know, the ones you can use to conceal the secret passage. That was a terrible Mario Brothers impression. I apologize for that. It's a very simple construction. We should have noticed the trick ourselves. But yeah, if we recall, it was empty. Don't worry, there's nobody else in the reflection. I'm not reading any movement. We're the only ones here. Thank God. We don't have time for that now. Harry and Mika are in danger. Sounds more like a Wario and Waluigi tab.
We hear you need... we hear you need the bathroom installed, with the secret passage package. We'll do your plumbing work, no questions asked. We do business with humans and Snatchers.
I don't even know what accent I was going for that time. Go to living room.
Just give us the money.
This is Freddy's living room. Don't have... Yeah, I told you this gets linear quick. Around room. Lisa's remains have been cleaned up. It's a large-scale map of Moscow. Moscow, eh? Chin Shuo over at Queen's Hospital had a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral. The Red Chief keeps a picture of Red Square hidden. How come everyone is such a big Moscow fan these days? What's going on here? Moscow seems to hold some clue to this whole thing, doesn't it? Moscow, did that guy say something about it? Before the explosion, didn't Chin Shuo say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago in the depths of the Kremlin? Now that I think about it, Wario would be more likely to scam people than actually do. Yeah, he would. 55 years ago in the depths of the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that area, isn't it? Moscow, 55 years ago. The key to understanding the Snatchers no doubt lies there. This has to have some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here just as decoration. 50 years ago in Moscow, this would be the late 90s for them. Oh my god, the Snatchers are communists! Be careful that you don't touch the tape lines. Tape, you mean this laser beam, right? Don't break the beam, Gillian. You'll have people from headquarters all over the place. It's a security sensor, you know? I see. Gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. Yeah, jeez. I feel like I'm breaking into the place or something. We're outside of Nilsson's apartment. Thank God. Now let's get back to headquarters. Enter turbocycle. How do you plan to get back? We have no turbocycle. Are we going to walk it? Aren't there any taxis or anything around here? Why don't we search the area? This is the building the Nilssons were living in. Since the incident the other day, all the other occupants have moved out. Man, imagine being the call. Imagine being told that you were the reason. Imagine being told, oh hey, your upstairs neighbor was a snatcher. Get the fuck out of my apartment complex. Landlords these days. Look, there's a taxi over there. Investigate building. It's sealed off to prevent snatchers from spreading. The building is no longer inhabited. Area. We're quite a ways away from Queen's Hospital. It's very quiet here. The cab is for hire. Shall we board it? guess we have no other choice. It's a manned taxi. The driver is behind the wheel. Yeah, so these guys might actually take us up to Junker headquarters. Alright, let's board the taxi. We've boarded the taxi. Where to, sir? Your neighbor threatened to take my face if I didn't kick you out, so... yeah. Where to, sir? This is a manned cab. I can take you anywhere you want to go. I don't know, this guy looks a little, shady. The car has been modified to operate on manual only. Hey, this is a black taxi, you know? Don't be so nosy, okay? It's been specially modified for use as a black taxi. Come on, stop that, please. Now where would you like to go? His face is concealed. Polarizing film has been placed on the rear view mirror. Choke first, ask questions later. Come on, stop that, please. Now, where would you like to go? Choke first, ask questions later. I don't know, something doesn't seem right. Something about that hair. I don't know, he looks familiar. He just looks familiar. The driver's identification is not posted on the dashboard. Come on, stop that, please. Now where would you like to go? The driver is of medium height and medium build. Come on, stop. I don't know. He just looks familiar. I don't know why. Something about that hair. We are on urgent business. Get us to Junker headquarters as quickly as you can. Junker headquarters, eh? What would you want to go there for? Something... Oh. Oh. Oh shit, you might be right. Something going down? We're in a hurry! Is that some kind of a joke, sir? You can't be serious. This is a manned taxi, you know? I can't go to a place like that. Metal, I think we picked a weird taxi. Jeez. Listen! I'm a junker! Take me to Junker headquarters and do it quickly! Going back to... Go back to the joke. Now with you in the back seat, time to drive straight into the nearest elevator. First it was Gillian driving, and I'll blame it on. Oh god. Listen, I'm a junker! Take me to Junker headquarters and do it quickly! I'm afraid not. You're going somewhere else. You want to know where that is? Where? Straight to hell! Oh shit! It is Chinshuho! Damn!
Is he dead?
He's junk now.
Holy
Stubborn
shit.
one, wasn't he?
Jeez. He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, we have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto Summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
Nice call on that one, Dencha. We have arrived at Junker headquarters. And yes, the text also auto-advanced right there as well. So, like, they knew what they were doing. Dude actually could have driven him off a cliff or something. Yeah, not so. I know, you would have thought, like, yeah, I'll take you to Junker headquarters, proceed to drive Gillian off a cliff and blow them themselves. Well, actually, no. Chinshuho might have survived that second explosion if that's what he did. Jeez. Well, at least nobody else is, gonna come back to get us. We've arrived at Junker headquarters. I certainly hope Harry and Mika are safe. Alright, Metal, this is it. The final showdown. Are you ready? Let's go. Exactly, but Gillian wouldn't have. But yeah, exactly, but Gillian wouldn't have. Yeah, Chinchuo could have just found another hospital to take over. Continued the Snatchers' research. I mean, if their whole thing is skin repair, he could have easily fixed up that little "'tis but a scratch" that he had. But hey, fortunately for the character, the Snatchers are mentally 20 years behind as well. Yeah, their equipment and their brains. Now entering headquarters. Yeah, and just another thing, that text also auto-skipped right before the shooting segment. So again, it was another they were trying to surprise you, just like the one with the in the basement. That was all auto-skip text, like or auto proceed. So like they were trying to catch you off guard both of those times. This is the lobby. Seems like they do that a lot during the shooting segments. What? The shutter on the reception booth is closed. The only switch to release the lock on the main door is inside the reception booth. We have to open the shutter in the booth in order to enter headquarters. Jeez, the shutter's actually been activated. The door looks like it's been shot several times. It appears that something attacked this place. The shutter on the reception booth is closed. So where did Mika go? The booth appears to have been struck by a number of times by some kind of energy weapon. Like a Snatcher's mouth cannon? This is the protective shutter for the reception booth. It is automatically lowered in times of danger. It functions as a protective shield, so there is no way to see inside the booth with it like this. The emergency light is flashing on the door check panel. So headquarters has been put on emergency status. There are a few holes in the shield, no doubt caused by blaster or cannon fire. Cannon? Then it's Snatchers who did this. I thought we implied that when they said struck by some kind of energy weapon. There are a few holes in the shield. Shutter. The surface of the shutter shows evidence of having been struck by fire from an energy weapon. Oh. I read motion. Something is in the booth. Door. It's been locked from the inside. The only way to open it is from inside the booth. Can't this be opened from the outside? If it has an emergency external connection port, then it can be opened from the outside. We have to look for an emergency external connection port. Metal, find this external connection jack. Here we are. I have located an emergency external connection port on the side of the booth. With this, I will be able to open the shutter. Alright, guys, place your bets. What do you think's going to be inside the booth? I, for one, am going to save the game. Would you like to continue play? Now plugging into with the emergency external connection port. Releasing lock mechanism. Now opening the shutter.
Alright, I'm going to open it, but please use extreme caution. Anything could be inside.
Oh no. Oh no!
Mika! Mika, are you alright? Metal, how is she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian.
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a Snatcher.
So he's finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the Snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a Snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
Gillian, why are
He
you
said
within
keep the door
sniffing
sealed
range?
no matter what happens in there. And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in. Metal, we're going in. Be careful. That Snatcher could be hiding anywhere.
Yes, sir.
Gillian, please be careful. The Chief is very cunning. Don't let your guard down.
Don't worry. I'll watch myself in there.
Holy shit. Oh. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, Gillian, why were you within sniffing range? Holes, 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 and yeah, Harry doesn't look like he's in the greatest shape right now. Someone is down. That's not Harry.
Harry!
Oh. Oh, Gillian. Is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the Chief messing with your turbo cycle. And that weird picture in his office. Ah.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I do not wish to say.
Really that bad, huh?
Gillian, when I confronted him about what I saw, he showed me what he really was. I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
Harry, you'll be okay. It doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out perfect. You always were working too hard anyway. Why don't you take a nice long vacation somewhere and rest up?
Yeah, sure. Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body. I know I ain't gonna make it. You were a good kid, Gillian.
Harry!
I don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you. I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang in there. You and I were gonna go out and tie one on, remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the three of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really trusted anybody. That was a mistake.
Blood pressure continuing to fall.
Harry?
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship.
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something I lost. Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to you now, Gillian. I'm finished. You won't forget this, old grouch, will you?
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're the last junker.
Harry! Harry!
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Snatcher gets me. You've got to take Mika and run. Then you've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high! You understand me?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to that. So, where should we start our search?
Jeez. Ouch. Like I said, Snatcher is one of the earliest examples of a game with good voice acting. And frankly, I think a majority of them could have still continued their work. Especially, you know, these guys aren't too far off from people like Cassandra Lee Morris or Matt Mercer, and that might be a hot take right there, but they definitely raised the bar for voice acting in gaming, and frankly, it doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, I've seen that scene probably 2-3 times in its entirety, and it still gets ya. Anyways, we got a Snatcher. Junk. Guess no better place to start than the Chief's office. Snatcher does not seem to be around. Placing this. Nothing unusual. Nothing. Nothing. No movement. I don't see the Snatcher. No Snatcher there. No Snatcher there. No one there. No motion. Engineering room. I don't see the Snatcher. About the only place one could hide in this room is here, right? Now investigating. What? Nothing there. I'll check on it now. Please be careful. No Snatchers. Pick up any motion? I don't read any movements. We are the only ones in the area. The ceiling fan is the only thing moving. Nice little catch there. Shooting room. Shooting range. Nope, not in there. Not inside the booth. Not above the booth. No motion readings. I say we get some practice in real quick. How about a little target practice? Gillian, at a time like this, we have to find the Chief. That Snatcher. Finding the Snatcher is much more important than that right now. Gillian, I'm taking the target practice command off the menu. Obligatory fourth wall break. Computer room. Computer room. I can't find any sign of the Snatcher. I'll check it now. Nothing under the terminal shadow, nothing under the desk. No motion. Motion sensors finally functioning properly. Gillian, at a time like this, we have to find the Chief. That Snatcher. Finding the Snatcher is much more important than that right now. Gillian, I'm taking the command for using Jordan off the menu. I love that. I love that they intentionally left it there and then decided that Metal should take it off to punish you there. Hallway. We're in the main hallway. I've checked all the rooms. Where could it be? Let's go through all the rooms one more time. Let's go back to the Chief's office. We're in the Chief's office. What's this? There's something on the desk. There is something on the desk. There is some kind of stain on the desktop. It's blood. There is a pool of blood on the desk. There was no stain like this a few minutes ago. It appears that blood is dripping from the ceiling. I swear, if I search the ceiling and the Chief is just hanging upside down like freaking Spider-Man, Like, that's... Alright. Why don't we investigate the ceiling? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Cunningham!
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Distance to motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got past me this time, Snatcher.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been activated.
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
Yeah, Manners is really chilling up there. I'd like to imagine. So the Snatcher and the Bloodstain, the Chief will not appear until after you visit all of the rooms and go back to the Chief's office. I'd like to imagine that Gillian and Metal, being the great detective pair they are, go in, they search the entire office but neglect to look up at the ceiling. And then they're just like, fuck it, we'll go to the other rooms. And only when there was a telltale sign as obvious as that bloodstain on the desk are they just like, oh, there he is. Like, I mean, come on, Gillian. I mean, was your brain that damaged with the, was your brain that damaged, from being found, or from before when you were found in Siberia? Look, the Snatcher must be in a different room. Engineering. This is engineering. We are the only ones registering on the motion detector. There are no traces of the Snatcher's blood in this area. I was pretty sure I at least winged him. I will say though, that was a good move on Cunningham's. In fairness, people rarely do look up, especially in some. Yeah, and that was a smart move on Cunningham's part, holding on to the, making sure that Gillian took out the lighting with the, when he shot. Making sure that Gillian shot the lighting controls out. I'm pretty sure I at least winged him. Not much to see other than ceiling. Hey, ceiling fans are a very undervalued part of home decor. Don't hate on ceiling fans, man. I don't see any evidence of blood. Let's go to the detective's room. Detective's room. Shooting range. What's the shooting range? Computer room. No Snatcher there. It's back into the hallway. We're in the main hallway. Damn, where is it hiding? There's no way for it to get out of headquarters. There are still some rooms we haven't checked. Yeah, we have checked all of the rooms. Oh boy. Oh boy. Please don't tell me I think it is where I think it is. Oh shit. Oh shit. Jesus. Let's check the lobby. The lobby? You never know. But the main door was sealed off when we came in. We've checked and double-checked everywhere else. Let's go take a look.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod. What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Oh, shit. Nice chains, Mika.
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you...
Just checking to see if there's any options to pause.
Open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared. I mean, the emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
Alright, so this is the big gimmick for this specific scene. As you can see, Mika is chained up. I don't know where the hell they got the chains, or why the hell Junker Headquarters lobby has chains, or better yet, why the hell Junker Headquarters has chains in the first place. If it's to restrain a Snatcher or somebody, or something like that, I mean, given what the Snatcher did to Jean-Jacques Gibson, I could easily see it breaking free from chains that week. So why the chains are there, how the chains are there, it's like, why? Maybe Mika's into some really kinky shit, I don't know. I don't know. Either way, so the gimmick here is that Mika is chained up. The chief will shoot from either the leftmost column of the grid or the rightmost column of the grid. Humans. Yeah, I guess if there was a crazy drug-addicted human. Yeah, police headquarters usually have a few cells in them, but we don't deal with humans, we deal with Snatchers. If you recall, it's like a huge no-no if a Junker kills a human. So basically, the chief is going to attack from the leftmost column, or the rightmost column. He will not shoot anywhere down the center. He will shoot through Mika's arms, and you can shoot him through Mika's arms. However, if you do that, if you shoot Mika in the arms, she will take damage, and your health bar and her health bar are somehow combined. I guess it's just for this particular gimmick. I don't know. There's no in-universe explanation for it. So your safest bet is to either hit the chief when he's in the four corners, or if he is in the way of Mika's arms, fire first before he can fire at you. You either got to take the hit or you got to hit him first, because if you hit him and he hits you, then that's double damage to your health bar. In fact, I'm actually going to save state because just to show you guys what happens here if you do a stupid. Save state is F5, load state is F8. Save, so yeah, I'm gonna...
I have you now, Junker!
Show how this works. So yeah, the chief's gonna pop back and forth. Shoot Miko there, shoot her there, or there, and... well... yeah, there goes my first game over, so
I have you now, Junker!
I'll reload the state. I believe if you shoot Mika in the head, it's an instant game over. Or not!
I have you now, Junker!
Okay, so it is not an instant kill if you give Mika a headshot. I would absolutely love to know how that works, given that that's one of those where it's just worth taking the hit. Oh shit. I am not doing well on this. Got him. Yes, must have a thicker skull than a Snatcher. Remember, these blasters are designed to take out metal. Like this.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random? Sorry it took so long, but this ought to make us even.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Crane's hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We have comrades operating throughout the city, more than you can imagine. Now our plans will move into phase 2. For that we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine.
You? Your existence is meaningless as long as you don't get your memory back. Good luck, Junker.
Professor Lorraine.
My memory? Comrades? Professor Lorraine?
No, Gillian, you... yeah. Mika, are you okay? No, Gillian, you shot me in the head with a laser. I'm not okay. I need medical attention.
Harry. Why? Please tell me. Why do so many good people have to die?
Mika.
This is all wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die.
Not ever. He will not let anyone die for any reason, anywhere, anytime in the world. That is his promise to Mika right there. He will not let anybody else die. Everyone will live forever from this point on. But yes, Harry died for the plot.
I've made a promise to Harry and Randall. But the city is still full of Snatchers. This fight is just beginning.
So if you played the original MSX, or I shouldn't say MSX first because that actually came shortly after the PC-88 version. If you played the original PC-88 or the MSX2 releases, this is where the game ends. It ends on this cliffhanger with Mika and Gillian like, why did Harry have to die? There's so many Snatchers in the city still. I need to take them all out. And it leaves on this cliffhanger like a sort of a shot of Neo Kobe, and then it, overlays Gillian aiming his blaster. So this is, if you had the original copy, if you bought the original copy back in 1988 on like the 6 floppy disks and the 2 expansion cartridges you had to get for your, at least the 2 expansion cartridges for the MSX, and I think it was like 2 or 3. It was like 6 floppies for the MSX, might have been like 2 or 3 for the PC-88, probably closer to the 5 or 6. But, yeah, this is what your hard-earned yen in Japan would have gotten you, a game that just ends after Act 2. Starting with the main reason for that was timing and budget. They wanted to move on to something else. I think they wanted they wanted to 6 floppy disks, and you had to swap them all the time. Like seriously, you had to swap disks. Like moving from Junker headquarters to the Turbo Cycle, you had to swap disks. Moving from the Turbo Cycle to like Alton Plaza, you had to swap disks. There was one disc that was like the system disc, and that had like the engine or whatever the engine for the game ran on. But then everything else was like swapping disks, certain sections. Like Junker headquarters was always contained on disc 5. And every like all of Junker headquarters and all the events that happen are on disc 5. So everything for Act 1 and Act 2, Junker headquarters is disc 5, and then everything else is just pulled out from the other discs. But yeah, imagine spending all your oh yeah, and the load times were okay on the PC-88. They definitely were an issue, but they were like egregious, ungodly bad on the MSX2 port because they just sort of ported it over. Especially because the PC-88 had like a completely different architecture to the MSX2. So the MSX2 port, from what I understand, was sort of a half-rushed port. But yeah, the game. Yeah, imagine if Starfield did that. Oh God. But yeah, so the original release though, whether you bought it PC-88 or you bought it the MSX2 releases, basically ended right here. So spending all that yen, basically getting a story that wasn't even finished. Kojima supposedly had it finished at that story, but the higher ups at Konami, they give you 200 executables, one for each planet. Yeah, believe me, believe me, it's crazy. And one for space. Yeah, and one for space. Yeah, believe me, it's crazy to think about that. How that would never fly in a game in 2023. But yeah, here they are. Here they are, with 6 floppy disks, for different portions of the game. But yeah, so imagine just spending all your hard-earned yen on this game to only just be left out, like right at this scene. But the story was supposedly all done. Kojima had it fleshed out. He knew sort of where he wanted things to go for the most part, and he actually wanted like 6 or 7 acts for this game originally. But the time constraints and budget cuts basically meant they had to cut it off at Act 2 and leave it at a cliffhanger. When they were remaking the game for the PC Engine, which is the Japanese version of the TurboGrafx CD, or the TurboGrafx 16 and the Turbo CD add-on, they added the voice acting, the improved graphics, and they added the they added a third act. Yeah, in fairness, it isn't a bad ending. It's just it is, but it works as an open ending. It leaves the room open for a sequel, or in this case, like I said, Kojima wanted 6 or 7 acts. All they would end up giving him was 3, meaning the third act is very rushed. Most of it is just a movie. Most of it is just like a 30-40 minute cutscene. And then when they put it to the Sega CD, like the Japanese PC Engine CD release is just like a few menus and then the 30-minute cutscene. The Sega CD adds 2 shooting segments to make it more dynamic, and then those were reworked for the PlayStation and Saturn versions. They were just reordered to spread them out a little more across the act. But Act 3 wraps things up really quickly, which is why I sort of put the majority of Act 2 and 3 together after I had to cut my stream short for last week. But yeah, this game was supposed to go on much longer, according to Kojima. In fact, the original PC-88 release, I believe, or the one of the 2 floppy disk releases, Hideo Kojima wanted to coat the floppy disks in a special like scented ink or a special like scented chemical, so that when the disks were spinning in the computers at the top speed, the disk would warm up, and then that pigment or ink or whatever would start to warm up, and it would smell like blood. And Kojima's idea was that he wanted it to smell like you were investigating a murder scene. So like you're just playing your game and your computer just starts smelling like blood. Needless to say, not even considering the implications of the damage it could do to the floppy disk. Yeah, smells like dead body in here. Not even considering the implications, the damage that it could have done to the floppy disks themselves when spinning up. The idea of your computer just starting to smell like blood was not a good idea whatsoever. So obviously Konami nixed that. But yeah, that was another thing he had planned for this game. And then there's SD Snatcher. I think I mentioned that briefly in my last stream, or the stream before that. Basically, what if Snatcher was a RPG with all chibi characters? Like, even the friggin' Snatchers are cute. Like, they just get these little big Terminator skulls and the little tiny bodies, and I'm just blasting them. It had a very innovative combat system where you could sort of like almost like a precursor to like Fallout series VATS, where you could target certain parts of like robotic enemies. It's like if you targeted like the legs or the tank treads, because they introduced other enemies so that you weren't just fighting Snatchers all the time, and that would wear out. It's like if you were fighting other enemies and you like shot their treads, they wouldn't be able to move across the screen, so they couldn't dodge anything. If you shot out their eyes or their optical sensors, they couldn't aim at you. I think on like a lot of the Snatchers, if you shot out their mouth cannons, they would just self-destruct so that they wouldn't give you any XP. It was a really innovative system that was basically hampered down by the restrictions of the MSX, including the main one being the load times. Basically, every battle, it was wait 5 seconds for it to load. And then, wait another 5 seconds for it to load. And enemies were placed literally, like you couldn't go 5 steps without bumping into another enemy. It's honestly a really tedious game. It's one of those great ideas, but just poor execution. If I ever have the time and develop the sanity and mental fortitude needed to play that, I will play that on stream. Persona 1 moment, yeah. No, except these encounters are all, you can see them on the overworld, but they're still just like spread them. Like take a shotgun, aim it right close to the screen, and then like all the holes just spread right there. That's how the enemies are spread, right around you. It also does have some alternate plot points, like certain points branch out. So like the equivalent of Gillian going to the factory to give Gibson backup in the original game. is turned into you and Gibson going together to a warehouse on a pier, like a shipping port, and both of you go there together alive to investigate Snatcher activity. Instead of the bomb blowing up the factory to wipe out the evidence, the bomb is set up to try and kill Gillian. And you basically escape the first building and then move into the second building to assist Gibson, and that's when you find him dead. Instead of Freddy, Lisa Nielsen is still in there, but instead of Freddy Nielsen, you have Baron Pernette, just another character. Like, this other character ends up killing Gibson. Lisa Nielsen isn't even involved in Gibson's murder in SD Snatcher. Oh yeah, and Gillian does shoot a human and seriously injure the human. There's like a plot point where the Snatchers lobotomize a guy to try and frame Gillian for murdering a human in that game. So Gillian has to go undercover as Solid Snake to infiltrate a Snatcher-controlled church, like a religious sect controlled by Snatchers, to prove that they basically set him up. It's a weird game. And the ending is similar in a sense, but completely different. Long story short, the Snatchers are basically in total control, and they want to cause a second catastrophe so that they can take over. I had to shoot you. Yeah, I had to shoot you in the head, Mika. It was for the plot. Oh no, in SD Snatcher, you don't shoot Mika by accident. You shoot a lobotomized priest. Yes, I know what I just said. You shoot a lobotomized priest. The Snatchers lobotomize a priest so that they can basically brainwash him into preaching IDK. I don't know if that's better or worse. Yeah, good point. But they lobotomize the priest with the intent of turning his little religious sect into one that's relatively wholesome, into the Snatchers are the next coming of Christ, and if we merge with the Snatchers, we can become humans and whole humans. So, like, he tries to create these Snatcher worshippers, these humans who worship Snatchers, and when you're sent in to investigate, you think you're basically told by Lisa Nielsen that the Snatchers have been that the priest has been snatched. It's a weird story. Anyways, let's continue. Let's move on over to Act 3. From this point out, everything that occurs from this point out only occurs in the PC Engine CD and later releases of the game.
Gillian, I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Your memory? So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, shit.
Snatcher!
Gillian!
We have Professor Lorraine. We only require her cooperation for a short period here at the Kremlin. So for now, I suggest you avoid doing anything foolish. Professor Seed.
Oh, damn! Gillian's got a doctorate! Man, nice! Kudos to him! He's got a friggin' doctorate! Let's give him a round of applause for completing higher education more than most of us ever will. Would you like to save what has happened up at this point? Yes, please. Professor Seed. And I guess they're calling Jamie by her maiden name, Lorraine. Yeah, I was gonna say, how did the Snatchers know Seed's name? So, let's see. Act 3.
With the start of this year's Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center.
This is going to be one big movie, guys, for about 15 or so minutes.
A major poll of domestic and international opinion, carried out just last week, shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
There are rumors that they're going to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped out.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the 21st century.
That may not be as improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but that'll never happen now.
3 months ago, government pressure on junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
That's correct. That too will be officially decided in 3 hours' time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this city are finished.
As far as they're concerned, we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
We have to hit the Snatchers' headquarters before then.
Gillian, can you do it?
If we only knew where it was, I should be able to manage something.
Hitting their outposts like Queen's Hospital won't do any good. We have to find their main nerve center.
What about the memory of that Snatcher who was impersonating the chief?
Just like the others, it was completely blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Mental. What about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn. Where are they hiding?
Gillian, can't you remember anything at all? Didn't Jamie say something that implied you were somehow connected to the Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian...
Metal, the chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
Well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the chief gone, you are the highest-ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Cryogenic sleep pods? You mean they were frozen?
This is a photograph of the bunker. There is no record of when you were placed there. In addition, the third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the Army. Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia. However, another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found at the site.
Oh, shit.
That's Harry's picture, from when he was a kid.
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son. It's been confirmed by DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed, and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
In addition, both of you vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes. You come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right, most of the 17th was killed. One of them was a Snatcher. Of course, before their departure, they all underwent thorough examinations. So, if one of them was snatched...
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
That's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry. Harry was my son. Did he know?
No. It was highly classified information. He was never told.
I was never able to do anything for him.
Wait a minute, Gillian. Didn't Jamie say something about taking a boy hostage?
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right. Let's go over what we know about them.
First of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? 5 and save state here. What is the Snatcher's weak point? Infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, sun's rays, cold. I'm getting some Day Shift at Freddy's 3 vibes here. Like, you know, Freddy Fazbender's Pepperonery, Uncle Jack's Family Feed Bag, Foxy's House of Pleasure, Bear. But yeah, what was their weak point again? Ultraviolet rays. That's correct. Their weak point is their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to the ultraviolet rays causes mutations in the melanocytes in the stratum basal of their skin, which become cancerous. Specifically, long ultraviolet rays in the 250 to 350 nanometer range is responsible for causing this cancer. That's right, and that's the reason why they're so limited as to when they can be out. They only come out at night in the winter, middle of the winter, and they wear sunscreen even then. Yeah, dun dun dun. Yeah, the reveal that Harry, honestly, it works out well. Like, yeah, it's a bit of a last-minute reveal. I mean, it's sort of hinted at with, Harry's, you know, have we met before? And, also with the, like, if you, looked at Harry, you know, he's got the same blue eyes that Gillian does. But other than that, there really wasn't much of anything that pointed towards Harry being Gillian's, and Jamie's son. That's the method that John used to figure out what the Snatchers were up to. How ironic. It turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. Oof. That's right. Now what method were they using to move and be able to avoid ultraviolet rays and sunlight at the same time? Underpass, highway, turbocycle, or black taxi. See, this one's a little weird. You're supposed to select underpass, and I guess the two-liner technically is that, but you would have thought they would have been a little more specific and said subway or train tunnels, but no, just underpass. That's right. They were using the abandoned tunnels of the old tube-liner system to get from place to place. That's how they were able to move around without being noticed. Nielsen's apartment, the old factory, Queen's Hospital, all of their hideouts were connected by the tube-liner. So maybe there is a tunnel under their main base as well. There's a good chance of that. Next, what phenomenon is always observed at any location where Snatchers appeared, including the underground tunnels? Cough, yawn, hiccup, or sneeze. I mean, even Napoleon was experiencing it, sneeze. This is the phenomenon you're talking about. That's right. And what was the cause of the sneeze? Okay, this one is just so obvious. Like, Snow 9, the artificial pollen that they introduced for this game. You're correct. The sneezing was caused by the presence of the allergen Snow 9. Snow 9 is an artificial form of pollen developed by the military, and its presence is limited to certain regions. They were using it to interfere with radio transmissions and keep people away. They probably were producing it intentionally themselves. Oh, I was reading that as metal and it was Gillian saying it. Damn. The only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Ina River. It has been cleared out of other areas because of the danger it presents. So that means their base must be somewhere near the Ina River, right? That is a fair conclusion. They are probably somewhere near the Ina River protected by the Snow 9. Accessible to the tube liner and near the Ina River. And we must not forget the photographs that we found of the Snatchers. All of them were related to the Soviet Union before the catastrophe. That's because they're communist! The map on the wall of Nielsen's apartment, the picture of the temple and the director's office at Queen's Hospital. Also, this is what the office looks like with when you turn on, I guess the full brightness. I'm sure I could have shown it if I disabled a layer or two on the emulator. The photo of Red Square hidden in the chief's office. Why did the Snatchers keep pictures and memorabilia like this? Maybe they're homesick? Maybe that's where they come from. Homesick? Get serious, Mika. They're robots, you know. Let's analyze this a little closer. What city is related to all three of these pictures? Moscow, New York, Russia. Ah yes, the city of Russia. The glorious, glorious city of Russia. I'm sorry, but no. Like, I get you were trying to throw in a distract, but like, really? The city of Russia? Russia is my Oh god, yeah, the guy from, whatever the hell that Jake Paul song was that everyone was talking. England is my city! Oh god. Yeah, Russia. Russia, the city. The great glorious city of Russia. I need to get a soundboard, play the Soviet anthem. Moscow. This is the city they have in common. That's correct. It's Moscow. Moscow must be where they come from. That must be the basis of their programming. You might be right. Just as people have a hometown that is dear to them, their creators may have put a hometown into their programming. They use very advanced artificial intelligence systems, so they may have needed something like that to maintain their emotional balance. Yeah. They were born out of nothing, but they needed to give them some kind of image as an emotional base. So Moscow is their creator and their home, and the place that they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of theirs has led them to set up their headquarters in some place that reminds them of home, or their creator.
What part of this city is like Moscow?
Moscow's really cold, right? They get a lot of snow, don't they?
Snow?
No snow has been recorded in Neo Kobe in several years.
Well, then that's not it.
Wait, what about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9?
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far. This is an enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present. Now I'll superimpose a chart of the abandoned tube liner tunnels. From this we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking about? Maybe there's some kind of geographic similarity. Maybe the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
Okay, this is the biggest fucking cop-out in this whole game. Like, you're telling me... Now, Neo Kobe is an artificial island, and they think they mentioned that in the Jordan files early in the game. But you mean to fucking tell me that the two rivers are nearly identical to each other? You know what? Fuck it. I am pulling up Google Maps right now. I want to see how freaking accurate this is. Red Square, Moscow, Russia. Yep, the Moscow Kremlin, St. Basil's Cathedral. Alrighty. Loops around. Hot damn. They actually did their research. If I could put my phone up, if I could put my phone up, like, hot damn, they really did do their rivers naturally change course over time. Yeah, there's some slight deviation, but no, seriously, the Moskva, the real world Moskva River is literally the river. Like they actually did their research. That is the exact map. Still doesn't explain how, and yeah, rivers naturally change course over time unless willed otherwise. But you mean to tell me that a river on an artificial island? I'm just saying, it's highly improbable. But yeah, for the most part, that map of Moscow is pretty friggin' accurate, which is a little scary. So I guess we continue from here.
What's this?
Look, the rivers are exactly the same shape.
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right, right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? That Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to their Kremlin.
Metal, what spot in Neo Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway area.
That's it! That's their headquarters, their new Kremlin.
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian. I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm not going to be the only one to run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo Kobe.
We found their hideout. There's no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but...
It's a tough job. Can you do it?
Okay, Gillian. I'll do what I can.
Thanks. Thank you, Mika.
Don't say it, okay?
Let's go, Gillian.
Gillian?
Yes? What's wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, dinner.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh?
Yeah, and it might be their
I'll be
last one
back
if they
by
don't
then.
stop talking
Gillian, we have
and
to
start
hurry.
acting. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a promise, right? I heard you.
Yeah. Okay. But I gotta go to church first.
I'll see you soon then.
Okay, Metal. Let's go.
Alright, so that was a lot to digest right there. Long story short, we witnessed our son die in front of us. Yeah, this is just the contrived coincidence point of the game. Where it's like, oh, there's a church here, there's an old church, right exactly. If you overlay the two maps, the rivers look completely identical, and if you overlay the location of the Kremlin in Moscow... If you overlay the location of the Kremlin on this map of Neo Kobe, then you will find an old church, and I bet it looks like St. Basil's Cathedral once we get there. Gillian, how about dinner? I'll pay for the meal, and you can pay for the arm you shot earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Funnily enough, if you get hit in in the first shooting segment of the game with the insectors, if you get hit, Metal explains that he injects nano machines into you. Yeah, I know. This is like the earliest use of Kojima nano machines. And it's supposed to heal Gillian up like right away, which is really funny. But yes, nano machines, son. This is the last turbo cycle. Yeah, I wonder if this one's been sabotaged too, if the chief knew it. Nano machines, son! Yeah, I'm sure... Wouldn't it be funny if the chief actually had a brain and sabotaged all the junker turbo cycles? Look, the spare turbo cycle has not been painted, but that does not affect its locomotive functions. Take a careful look, please. This vehicle can only be used for another 3 hours. Jeez. Imagine being locked out of your Tesla because it's owned by somebody, imagine being locked out of your police Tesla and finding out that's the way you've been fired. And that's the way you find out you've been fired. Area. The parking lot has become rather lonely. It appears quite safe. It has not been tampered with. There's nothing to worry about. I detect nothing unusual. Let's hurry to the church. Well, Gillian, we are heading into the bottom of the 9th. Alright, I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Which file number would you like to save? Save one. Yes, yes. Alright. Yeah, oh yeah, someone did get locked out of their house by Amazon. Like, they couldn't control their lights because, yeah, man, that was a can of worms. The delivery driver heard a voice response from the doorbell, and they mistook what they heard as something offensive. So Amazon locked them out of their own smart home. Yeah, that was weird. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Of course, I know the answer to that question. What's wrong? What's wrong? Show some courage. I told you this game got linear. Pretty much the moment you're done investigating Junker headquarters in Act 2, the moment you're done talking to Napoleon, I really should say the moment you arrive at Napoleon's, or to Outer Heaven to talk to Napoleon, it goes from exploring this to this, and it's a straight shot. Alrighty. This will be our last chance to use the turbo cycle, so begin takeoff.
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off.
I wish they played Faded Memories here one more time. Would have been a great, like, bookend sort of thing for the first time and the
Flight
last
configuration, now gaining altitude.
Jamie, please be safe.
Gillian, please keep in mind that we're working with a strict time limit.
A 50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9, to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter. Direct inhalation is dangerous.
All right.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood? Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
I don't know. After all, there's only the two of us against so who knows how many Snatchers. Where do you think you're going, Gillian? Yeah, there's no backing out now. This is it. And the church looks like St. Basil's Cathedral. Who would have thunk it? How convenient. The Contrived Coincidences department must have really gotten their overtime. Must have gotten a good bit of pay there. We have arrived at the church. Well, now I know why they call it their Kremlin. It's a very old church. It bears quite a resemblance to St. Basil's Cathedral. No doubt they thought the same thing. It appears to be snow, but it's actually Snow 9. Try to avoid inhaling any of it directly. The building may be patterned after a traditional Russian church. It's quite old. It's pollen and therefore much finer than snow. It's surrounded by a large grove of tall cedar trees. This is likely to keep just about anybody away. Given the season, a few Christmas lights would really liven up the scene. The surroundings conceal the church from all but aerial surveillance. And I guess if they're going underground, you wouldn't see people going in or out. building is about 50 years old, but it appears very well maintained. Yeah, just like the basement of Queen's Hospital. So, where's the entrance? On the front side of the building. This is definitely Snow 9. A sensor scan reveals that a tube-liner tunnel passes directly underneath this area. Well, that's no surprise. Looks like we've got the right place. The surroundings conceal the church from all but aerial. There is nothing in the area besides this church. I am not reading anything at all. The only sound is that of the wind. I cannot get a clear channel in this area. No transmission is possible. Snow 9 causing the trouble? Snow 9 levels are very high here, so there's no way to call in any reinforcements, huh? I'm afraid that's about the size of it. But what about the video phone call from Jamie? No doubt the call used a very high-powered transmitter of some kind. Man, FCC would have a field day with them. Yes, that is a good idea. Yeah. Yep.
Alright, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3!
That got it.
Would appear to be some kind of a chapel for the Snatchers. Are you telling me those things pray? To whom? No doubt to their creator. That portrait on the wall is probably a representation of him. Nice looking kid. Yeah, but that hair. Imagine if we just walked into the Snatchers worshipping. We just have to take them all on at once. Look. Portrait. This person is no doubt the one the Snatchers worship as their creator. That guy, this guy. Isn't that random? Is it? Random didn't have that long flowing hair. One moment, I'll compare the picture with my data on random. While the facial bone structure of the individual in the portrait is nearly identical to that of random, a positive identification is impossible as the picture is not a photograph. That long flowing hair. This just looks too much like him to be a coincidence. Now that you mention it, the person in the portrait does look like random Hideo. Dude looks like a yeah, he actually does look like a Belmont. These are the chairs for worshippers in the chapel, no doubt. Everything is nice and orderly. It's as if the pre-collapsed Soviet Union has been recreated here. Again, if we had walked into these Snatchers worship into whoever the hell that is on the picture, we'd be fucked. Something is written on the painting. The creator, Modnar. Didn't Chinshuo mention something about Modnar during his long-winded rant in the Queen's Hospital? Modnar. Hell of a name, too. So this is Professor Modnar, the one the Snatcher was talking about, huh? It appears to be a portrait of that person. Imagine being such a self-centered narcissist that you make the Snatchers worship you as their god. Investigate. Based on the condition of the paints and canvas, I would say that this portrait was painted over 50 years ago. Imagine just the one poor Snatcher is just like... Just the one poor Snatcher who doesn't get to go out into the world, doesn't get to go out and kill anybody. It's just... What is my purpose? You restore my portrait. Oh my god. Chair. There are a number of scratches on the surface. They were all almost certainly caused by the Snatchers. A very heavy object appears to have been placed here and is structurally damaged. It is all very organized, almost inhumanly so. There is another room farther back. The decorations do not appear to be those of a church. I'm not showing anything out of the ordinary. So have they already left for the summit? Also, can we just go, like, about Mika saying, like, I want to help you fight too? Like, girl, you have no combat training. At least none that it's stated that you, like, you might have a ray gun for self-defense, but we've already established, unless you focus that ray gun beam, like Harry was saying, there is no way you're taking a Snatcher out. So I don't know what the hell you were going to do, because Jean's blaster was destroyed. Harry ain't around to create another blaster for you. What were you going to do? Just wrestle the Snatchers? Just us and the wind. That's all I can hear. I just say this is a great use of the Sega Genesis sound chip to just create this sort of ambient noise that, you know, to create this ambient noise that sort of just, like, repeats and just really gives off an uneasy vibe, if you will. Alright, now returning to the investigation. Alrighty, looks like we gotta continue back now, so here we go. Now moving into the back room. Snatchers! Look at them all! I'm not picking up any energy readings. They are all deactivated in some kind of suspension mode. So this is their warehouse, eh? There must be a few hundred of them here. They continue all the way back. She was gonna distract the Snatchers with her womanly charms, of course. Great, now you got me thinking of that, what is it, Death to the MPLA meme with, like, our journey to victory has begun! Just the Snatchers all saying, women are temporary, snatching is eternal. There must be a few hundred of them here. They continue all the way back. Still, this doesn't look like a factory to me. Snatcher. These are endostructures which have yet to have the artificial skin installed. The bone sizing devices and the skull slits are all set to their smallest sizes. So their victims haven't been chosen yet. They're all just waiting their turn. They almost look as if they could spring to life at any moment. If this many Snatchers were to all start moving at the same time, there is little we could do. There seem to be a number of containers stacked up in the back of the room. There is nothing of interest besides the containers. Something is written on the floor. It appears to be Russian characters from about 50 years ago. They almost look, yeah. Investigate. Look. What about the size of these containers? The volume of these containers would be just perfect for shipping one of these Snatchers. This is no doubt how they got here. These endostructures were all shipped here in these containers. Man, they even got the production of these Snatchers down to a science. Just like, order a Snatcher off Amazon now. Pick somebody you hate and replace them. Investigate Snatcher. None of these Snatchers appear damaged. All they need are their energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed, however. Oh, Jesus. Like, I get that the Snatchers have to be programmed and anatomically designed, but this is just such a Hideo Kojima, like, move right there. And I don't know if that was thrown in by the localizers or if this was thrown in by the original team working on it, the PC Engine version, because Kojima technically had no involvement with the translation of this game into English. But that is just such a Kojima thing to say, though. Oh yeah, we just gotta, so this is the future of Amazon. I'm telling you, I mean, you know, people hate people. You know, why not replace somebody you hate with somebody you like? The gender units have yet to be installed, however. They are preserved in excellent condition. It appears that they undergo regular maintenance. I do not see any tools or equipment for maintaining anything in the area. This room would appear to just be a storage area. Container. There is some kind of a label here. 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. Siberian Investigative Force. It would appear that these Snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. It seems that the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping the Snatchers. In other words, the investigative forces have been snatched just like when they found us. I see. So, the Siberian investigative forces bring the Snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think you're right, Metal. And then the Snatchers just wait here in storage to be reactivated and adjusted after their victims are selected. A rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of this room may hold the answer to that question. Investigate. I am not showing anything out of the ordinary. It's perfectly quiet. I'm gonna save again. Yeah, the high level is preventing use of the video file. I keep hitting that by accident. I wish they would just take that option away after you hit it once. This file contains, yeah, I'm gonna save here. Now returning to the investigation. Continue back. Are you ready, Gillian? Now heading for the room farther back. The Snatcher's culturing room. The mechanism is operating. Damn. So they don't just kill people, slice their skin out the back, and jump in. They don't do a scoop and enter, if you catch my drift. Look, cylinder. Gillian, there are Snatchers with their artificial skin already installed here. A computer terminal is installed on each preservation cylinder. These terminals must all be connected to a host computer which monitors conditions inside each of the cylinders. These cylinders are used to culture the Snatcher's artificial skins. Endostructures are submerged within them. It appears that weak ultraviolet rays are being projected from above. This is really advanced, way beyond everything we saw at Queen's Hospital. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There is a door at the far end of the room. It's locked, but I should be able to open it from this side. The power is on, Gillian. Look at this. The data of people to be neatly snatched is all being neatly processed. This is the data with which they use to generate the artificial skin with. There is no sound except for the soft bubbling of the liquid in the cylinders. Whoa, what did you just say, Gillian? Or Metal? I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Oh, he said something like, this might be the last time we save together. Is it okay for me to overwrite? Save completed. Would you like to continue play? Alright, now returning to the investigation. Guess we're gonna figure out how the hell a Snatcher gets made.
This is where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure. First, they adjust the size of the still skinless Snatcher to the size of the individual who is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and lower jaw, cheekbones, temporal bones, and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where the artificial muscles attach.
Is it organic?
No. It appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response. Like human muscles, it creates mechanical energy through chemical reactions. And this is where the artificial skin is attached. In order to prevent the synthetic cells, developed using biotechnological protein design techniques, from rejecting the inorganic material below, they attach it gradually over a number of days.
And this is the stuff that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
Finally, they attach body and scalp hair. The process involves transplant of synthetic hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back if it's lost.
What about scars or birthmarks?
It would appear that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished Snatchers over here.
Get a load of this. The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the U.K.
Oh, shit.
Gillian, you're in here too.
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Chin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of Snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something new.
Gillian, this is definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
Not yet. Not until we found Jamie. Metal, how much time do we have left?
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time. And once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact, I'll be forced to restrain you.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
A phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a large crater.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another hour? Even 30 minutes will help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due to interference from the Snow 9. I'll have to leave the area and then send the message.
All right. Do it, Metal.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal!
Yes, sir. Don't forget, 30 minutes!
"30 minutes? Oh, this is gonna be tight. That room's the only place left to check. Let's take a look.
And this is the hardest shooting segment in the entire game. It's not even against Snatchers, it is against super insectors. They are going to jump and attempt to fake you out. It is... This is why I did not practice in the shooting range. As I had mentioned in the first stream, in my Act 1 stream, basically what happens is the difficulty rubber bands. If you do really well on the shooting segments, on the practice, the shooting segments become difficult, and if you do them really, really well, these last few sections become nearly impossible. So, best thing you can really do is just sort of go ham, and I'm actually going to check the guide, see if there's any. These super insectors are going to fake you out. Like, they are going to jump, like, let's say to the center, bottom, and then they'll move last minute. It's legitimately one of the hardest shooting sections. It is the hardest shooting section in the game. And I'm just looking. Yeah, here I go. Oh, pause. Ah, shit. See what I was saying? I told you this was going to be hard. And there's 3 of these sections in a row, so if you fail the first one, you gotta start over. Yeah, there's 3 shooting sections here, all in order, and if you die in the last one, you have to start all 3 of them over. I have a great controller. I have the 8-bit SN30 Pro Plus. I actually bought it when my Switch's Joy-Cons were acting all fucked up.
Whew. I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me. All right, let's open the next door.
Saving for section
Doesn't
2.
look like there's anything here. Whoa!
This one is much easier. There's a good bit of delay on the Snatchers, and they only ever show up one at a time. And they don't try to fake you out. Really, if you've got the super inceptors, that's the hardest of the 3 segments. Honestly, I think this is more of like a catharsis moment. Like, this is where they're just trying to let you lash out. Basically, this is your chance to go ham on a shitload of Snatchers. And after that nice little scare in Queen's Hospital, this is definitely cathartic. This one's for Harry, that one's for Random, Freddy. I was gonna list all the people.
These guys are tough. Of course, I didn't exactly expect them to welcome me with open arms. Okay, let's try this next door.
Alright, I'm gonna use the save state again. Oh. Shit.
Jamie! Jamie! Oh no! What have I done?
Oh. Shit. So yeah, I say there's 3 shooting segments, there's actually 2. So that little segment with Jamie right there is a fake out. That is the real Jamie. Exactly, shoots Jamie in the head. And look at that, the game doesn't even let you continue from the beginning of the shooting segments on the 3rd. That is game over. That is game over, and you better hope you saved right before then. You don't even get a chance to resume like from the beginning of the shooting segment. And that wasn't even like a Kojima moment or a Kojima. I guess Mika's the only one with a thick skull. But that wasn't even a Kojima decision. Every other version of Snatcher, including the ones released after this, are not like that. It goes straight to the final cinematic. So the idea is they get your blood pumping with the super insectors and the snatchers, and then in a cruel, absolutely cruel twist of fate, they're like, oh, let's throw a third segment in here, but if you don't want to shoot. So yes, that was a fake out. So the super insectors are that's the hardest section. You gotta, it's just go ham. Don't fall for their fake outs. The snatchers section is meant to be cathartic. Basically, everyone who's been killed and snatched, this is your chance to raise all hell on them. And then the Jamie section is basically just fuck you, put your gun down, or you fail. And you don't just fail, you return to the title screen. There was no option to continue investigation. Luckily, save states are a thing. So yeah, what you gotta do here is not shoot. Just do nothing. And you've beaten the game.
Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They forced me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son. He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner. Professor Petrovich Modner.
What? This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin. Terrible. Doing that to your own father.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me. Tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian? It's all so awful, but if you must know, I'll tell you. Try to remain calm, okay? 56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War. The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried about nukes. At that point, the world's armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets. The conservative despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher project. Replace your enemy's leaders with puppets of your own. Then you control their governments, their economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian. It was a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner here. The robotics expert was Professor Modner himself. His son, Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the U.S. to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What? You can't be serious. You think I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time, you and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive! Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian. It's me, Jamie.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No. Not quite.
So, you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar. I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing this? Your father, Professor Modnar, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you? Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here. 57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my genetic engineering degree. My father's connections got me on the team, and there, I met you. You were working as my father's assistant. Your beauty, your smile, I was stricken. I saw something in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and I couldn't stop my feelings.
Elijah.
Oh, I was so happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust, and with you there watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project. However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch. Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger. Worried about me, my father tried to have me removed from the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over. The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers, trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project, ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out. I'm no politician. I couldn't care less about what happened to the country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin, the area that Jamie and I were assigned to. We called it artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who was closely involved in the project, blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th. After sealing off the lab, I brought the two of you with me to the underground shelter and we entered a cryogenic sleep. But not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had passed.
And 10 years later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned. It revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L-Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then?
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well, and for the two of us to finish the development of the bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway. I knew the time was not yet right, so I changed the timers of your pods to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so for the next 40 years, I worked alone in that cold and lonely room under the Kremlin, trying to complete the artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still, I I always had Jamie by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale snatch operations, I chose Neo-Kobe City to be my experimental sample. Neo-Kobe is cut off from the surrounding areas, a sort of miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques. In addition, the element of suspicion or mistrust, which runs deep in Japanese culture, was another reason I chose this site.
But your test revealed a critical flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
Yes, quite unexpected, I'm afraid. All my research for 40 years. I gathered data and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
That's correct. I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He was old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like that.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment has shown me the limits of human society. I sincerely doubt it will be able to reach any greater level of prosperity on its own. If human society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods, indeed, a new race of super beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
But you'll never get your perfect skin now. Professor Modner is dead.
I no longer have any use for my father. I have a sample of the new skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
Random.
Oh, an acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge. He modeled it after me in my youth. He built it right here in this facility. And not only that, He programmed it to destroy Snatchers. This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those too were apparently mine. Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled backwards. How like my father, silly old man. He did virtually overnight what I could not do in 40 years of effort. Furthermore, he makes a bioroid so perfect, even the bioroid itself believes itself to be real. What's more, the cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's just scrap now. But the artificial skin is being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2 of our plan of full-scale infiltration of the world's major nations.
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
What does the summit matter? Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want, and there will be no way to tell us apart. I will have free control over the world. Nothing will be able to stop me. Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will alone will decide the course of human history.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated Snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new Snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I'm different. I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind, but of all life on the planet.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Metal!
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational satellites. The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city. The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo-Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal. You'll never...
One move and I detonate. Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed as well.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you were the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here. Grab this little one and take him out of here. Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
What's that?
What? How did... You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Stop this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off.
Random!
I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act with me?
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I don't care if I'm an original or a copy or what. You and I are gonna die right here. If we both die, there won't be a copy anymore now, will there?
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
Whatever it is, it's my will!
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
You have 4 minutes. You must go. And don't forget to take care of the factory under the Kremlin.
Stop!
Gillian, even if these memories in my head are fiction...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most recreational being your partner.
Oh, metal!
If you can, try to pick up the pieces for me, okay? Like we did for Little John.
Little John? Oh! Okay, Metal.
Hurry! You only have 3 minutes.
Thanks! Thanks, you two! Jamie, come on!
No! Don't let her go! No!
You pathetic old fool! You don't even know how to love someone!
You stupid machine! What is that idiotic grin supposed to mean?
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back!
Random, there's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now. Wait for me. I want to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs. Jamie, when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
13 Special Operations Squad and all Junker personnel. Report immediately for departure.
We'll be waiting for you, too.
Katrina! Mika! You're here too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came. Let me introduce my wife.
Gillian Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Huh? Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
Alright, so now that that 30-minute or whatever cutscene is over, so they didn't have to get out of the city, so the delegates at the Kyoto Summit decided that instead of nuking the entire city, they were going to use a phased particle beam to basically take out the immediate area around the church, basically like a surgical strike on the Snatchers church. In addition, the turbo cycle was also right on standby, so they were able to basically just get out you know, basically like bailing from a party gone wrong. You know, your friends got the car running. Now they all beat him up for hitting on him. Yeah. So I guess a little bit about SD Snatcher here. The ending is really where the game diverges. It doesn't take place in a church. What ends up happening is Gillian, shortly after killing the chief, who there's like a whole cave system behind the painting in the Junker HQ in SD Snatcher. Gillian finds the chief and kills him and rescues Jamie right there, but oops, she turns out to be a Snatcher and was already kidnapped. Or it was a Jamie Snatcher. So right past this cave ends up being this Russia-themed amusement park. And instead of, you know, the Ina River looking like the Moscow River, this amusement park is laid out like the Moscow River. In addition, Petrovich Madnar is just barely still alive. But, you know, you actually visit him, he's in a hospital, not, you know, this super secret base. Random knows who he is, and all he knows is that he's his son, though. And then, it turns out that the Snatcher base is instead in a house of mirrors. And when you finally encounter Elijah, they go really out of his way to make Elijah more sympathetic in the game, where he's based in SD Snatcher, where they basically say, "I've lost control of the Snatchers, and now this Master Snatcher is creating Lucifer Beta, which is just like Super Lucifer Alpha, and it's going to destroy the whole world so they can replace it with Snatchers, humans with Snatchers, and they're going to load them onto nuclear subs and detonate them." You know, Random's also alive when he finds out that he's a robot, or active. So Gillian has to kill the Master Snatcher to rescue Jamie, and basically it's just a Snatcher that takes an increasingly concerning amount of steroids in each phase. Random's sacrifice, instead of staying behind to let a particle beam go up, he basically dives into a nuclear sub and blows them up while they're still in the Snatcher base, and before the virus is loaded onto them. And in that ending, Random somehow survives. Like I said, this Act 3 was really meant to open him up for a sequel. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was just like even if it was just like an arcade-style shooter, where, you know, basically just Gillian's rampaging through the Snatcher factory in Moscow. That would have been a fun game. But, honestly, I think they could have done a little more with Random, even if it would have been a cop-out for him to come back, but, let's just say that there's still going to be a cop-out here. This is also an exclusive bit of content to the Sega CD version, the ability to have one more talk and look, sort of. But by this point, Gillian's no longer, you know, pervert Gillian, which is really, like, there's no options to perv out on anybody. I don't know if that's, like, supposed to be some kind of character development, or if they just don't want you to ruin a relatively wholesome moment. But, yeah, here we go. Now, I'm gonna turn my controller back on. I haven't touched it for so long that, it turned off. So, it's talk and look. Trying to learn more about you is what got our relationship started. Before I knew it, we really became close, didn't we? Our relationship has gone beyond being just friends. Beyond just friends. Ahem, that sounds pretty good to me. Oh, don't be stupid, Gillian. You have a warped mind sometimes, you know. So, all the lines you can get. He's got his wife back, so now he's mellowed out. Katrina. I was telling Mika about how lonely it was being home alone all the time, and when she told me that Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a video phone call. Yeah, what was that about his pervness being gone? Yeah. I haven't played through this, like, I've only ever watched it, so I didn't know if anybody hit through all the options. Talk. Katrina. With even Alice gone, I was really lonely. Katrina. They're both so easy to talk to. It's like I've got two real sisters now. They're just like family to me now. I'm really sorry for all the worry I've caused you. By the time I return, I'll probably have my memory back. Don't worry, I promise to make you happy. You might be a bit lonely for a while, but I'll be back soon. Hang in there. This kid has had such a rough time. She lost almost everything practically overnight. Yeah, her dad, her dog. At least she still got her dad's ancient computer. I just couldn't stand to leave such a cute kid all by her. Jesus Christ, Gillian. Just when I was about to praise you. Oh, God. I'm going to memorize every detail. Oh, my God. I really shot myself in the foot 5 minutes ago. Gillian, would you stop that? I feel like you're undressing me with your eyes. A little bit of a typo there. Your, and your. Oh, believe me. Like I said, this was added to the English version that Kojima ironically had no involvement in. But when you consider that you could do worse things in the MSX2 and PC80 and PC Engine versions, and Katrina was also 4 years younger. Yeah. And the reaction face. Yeah, I knew that one would get a bit of a shock out of you. Mika, she's done a really great job. I owe her. Yes, 4 years younger. Katrina is 18 in this game. Just do the math. She's done a really great job. I owe her a lot of thanks. Don't worry, Mika. This is one job I won't mess up. I don't care if you get your memory back or not. Why? Because getting your memory back will mean you'll remember those things about me that you hated. Things that I hated? What are you talking about? Dealing with each other's imperfections is part of what being married is all about, Jamie. Yeah, Gillian is still a perv. Gillian, don't worry. No memories will change how I feel about you. Thank you, Gillian. It's good to hear you say that.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about Junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
So that means...
That's right. We've been designated as one of the government's special police divisions. That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
Well, it's comforting to know I've got a place I can come back to.
Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip, Captain Seed. So this is actually a little hidden ranking system. Not really, I guess it's the closest thing you get to a score. I forget exactly what it tallies, but I think it tallies like the timing, how many times you've died or continued. I think it saves stuff like that. How many times you've saved the game, sort of like Psycho Menace in Metal Gear Solid. And basically, if you beat the game really quickly and you don't get hit on like any of the sections, Gillian becomes a general or gets ranked general. So there's like these different rankings you can get. What? Me? A captain? Not a bad first rank for someone like me who was in the military.
Whatever you do, just come home.
Oh, heck. What did I do? What did I do here?
Safe, okay? When you get back from this job, you still have a dinner date to keep with me, you know.
Don't worry. I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I'll want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's hat.
We can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with love and trust.
I know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Wait! Wait for me! Take me with you, please!
You? Metal?
Yes, sir! We didn't have a good frame to work with, so this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory chip in one piece, eh?
Random protected it from the blast of the beam.
Random, huh? Wait a second. I've heard that sneeze somewhere before.
Really? I didn't hear anything. Anyway, I want to know if you'll take me with you. Please, Gillian, please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
Yes, sir, Gillian.
So, there's another line in the game, or in that section there, and I guess I must have just missed it or glossed it over. Basically, Jamie sort of gets moves out of her little tiny apartment and moves in with Katrina. And the game heavily implies that basically Gillian and Jamie end up adopting Katrina once Gillian gets back from Moscow. Make of that what you will. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, Metal Gear coming back was a bit of a cop-out. I get they wanted to, keep the buddy cop gimmick going. But, I mean, first off, Random protected him from the brunt of the bleed. It was a particle beam. It would go through literally anything and everything in its way. It literally leaves. Where that church stood is now just a crater. Nothing should have gotten by that, and frankly, if anything did, if Metal was able to survive and they were able to put his memory into a Sega CD or PC Engine or PlayStation or it depends on the version of the game you play, I would also be on the lookout for any Snatchers that might have made it out as well. Or better yet, what's stopping Random from surviving? I mean, he survived a literal bomb blast. He survived a super high-powered explosion, that he launched from, his belt was packed with that super strong TNT shit. He survived that. What's stopping him from surviving the literal orbital bombardment that just occurred? Honestly, if they were going to bring back Metal, they should have brought back Random. And hell, even Elijah's like, he's built far better than my Snatchers. Yeah, built far better, structurally, as in literally able to survive a hospital being, the whole building collapsing on top of him. I also want to know how the hell did the Snatchers clean that area up? Did they just snatch an entire construction crew or demolition crew or cleanup crew or something? Just recover that Snatcher there, recover that Snatcher there. Oh, hey, artificial skin, recover that. I don't know. There was stuff that was unanswered that should have been. And, like I said, I still am, the whole Gillian romancing, or not Gillian romancing, Gillian romancing Katrina, and then, like I said, the canonical implication, at least in the US version or Sega CD version, the canonical implication that Gillian and Jamie end up adopting Katrina and moving into their nice mansions. I mean, yeah, but still, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is left to be desired or has aged incredibly poorly. With that said, roll credits. Yeah. Yeah, Gillian romancing Katrina does become much weirder if they end up adopting her. And like I said, that's sort of what I think they were trying to imply at the end. Like I said, I must have missed it. I probably didn't hit the talk button the right times or talk to the right people in the right order. But yeah, that is definitely what they are implying. I'm gonna save this to. Load and move to save slot 1.
Throughout history, suspicion has always bred conflict. The real conflict, though, resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
Should have made a sequel. I'm gonna screenshot this. This is honestly a game I've been wanting to play for a while. The story's good. I mean, yeah, Gillian's a perv, and some of the characters are outdated stereotypes. But I mean, overall, it's a well-written plot. It's got some really high notes, some really low notes. You know, it's sort of it's definitely a product of its time, and it's got that signature work from Hideo Kojima. Um, it's one of those games that only comes around once every so often, once in a blue moon, if you will. Honestly, it's a remnant of a Konami that was willing to experiment, that was willing to go out and create unique games. Sort of its own time capsule. Shame it released on a system. I mean, I get that it had to, but it's still a shame it released on a system that was basically doomed to fail from the start. IMDb said that Van Steen voiced Chinshua. See, it's really weird because the credits we know are already like highly inaccurate. At least or like partially inaccurate in the game. At the end, like we know that Jim Parks voiced Random Hajil, and we know he voiced John. Well, they got John Jock Gibson right. I'll probably, like I said, if Jeff Lee Payton's still active on X, Twitter, shitter, whatever the hell they call it now, because he did respond to one of my tweets in the past about trying to get in touch for an interview or just asking some questions about Snatcher, but yeah, the credits were questionable. Like I said, the game didn't have that huge of a following. The game already had a few typos here and there. I mean, like I said, for what they did. So here's Junker HQ. This is basically where, yeah, Junker HQ, the founder Artemio Urbina also created the 240p test suite for testing the quality of video stuff. Yeah, here's the old Junker HQ. There's Snatcher, Gillian Seed from Snatcher, Solid Snake, and then you got Jonathan and Ed from Police Knots. But there was actually a lot of material made for Snatcher. Sketches, music arrangement. Well, those are made by fans. Script dumps, wallpapers. I mean, you got all the different versions of the game that released: PC 8801, MSX. There's SD Snatcher, the CD Romantic for the PC Engine. A Snatcher calendar, which actually appears in Police Knots. Believe it or not, it was given out to like Konami staff. So yeah, there's a Konami personnel department, a Snatcher. Oh, that's funny. So they used 20 instead of 1992. It was 2092. Then there's that artwork at the end of the game in full color. Again, very detailed, very well done. Scans from the concept art from the different books. Even they had trading cards. Harry drunk. There's Napoleon without any disguises. Random on his one-wheeled bike. You got Isabella, Katrina, and Mika inside of the turbo cycle. Basically, this guy's just been trying to preserve, as much of Snatcher stuff as he can. I mean, they really went out even for yeah. So there were 6 official versions. There was the PC 8801, which came out first. MSX2 version came out like a month later, or like a few months later. Then in 1991 or 92, I believe, the PC Engine CD version came out. And that was the one that added Act 3 and the Japanese voice acting. Then in 1994, Sega CD version came out, and then in like 96, the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn versions were released separately. Yeah, I've got like the trading cards and collector cards. So one little difference is Random's name is spelled differently depending on the region. They put an O instead of an A there. And they did the same thing to Elijah, or to Madnar. It's Madnar, which actually fits better with the original Metal Gear, because Madnar is the scientist who made the first Metal Gear in the first Metal Gear game. And Katrina is named Catherine, and her hair, in the concept art, her hair is always like blonde, but in the game it's blue. Mika, Metal Gear Mark II, Gillian, random. There's Jamie with her lab uniform. There's another Jamie, and they spelled her name differently as well, or must have just been a local. Gillian. Yeah, there's the calendar you'd get. More collector's cards. Concept art of the Snatchers, the Insectors. This is actually a manga that they included with the original copies of the game, which were turned into those shitty CGI cutscenes in the PS1 and Saturn versions. Basically, this is just random chasing a Snatcher down the streets and alleys of Neo Kobe. So like sort of an introduction to random Hideo. And then this is actually that scene that we saw in the beginning. That was like an extra scene for the Sega CD release that they translated over. Yeah, there's the clips from the shitty CGI version. Manga, let's see, 28. Right. Oh, black and white is like a negative. 2836. Here are some scenes from the enhanced ports. Oh shit, gore. Crap. Heck. Zoom away. No. Jesus Christ. So you got Shinshuo, Katrina. There they are. We're going back to the Terminator style Snatchers. There's the Snatcher. I think they did a better job with this. I wish I could just navigate away from half. Ugh, God. There's the Snatcher getting added a little bit of shading, and I mean he just straight up looks like a Terminator. What's Gillian doing in the getting remember Katrina? There's Lisa Nielsen. They just added some more shading. They had a bigger color palette. But shit, I'm trying to figure out which order I'm at now. Some artwork of Elijah, Jamie, and Gillian. I keep clicking the wrong shit. Scenes inside Junker HQ. This did not look super well, honestly. Gillian looks like a potato in this card, honestly. What is that? 3745, 4654. Next sides. So now you got some artwork of some of the other characters. You got Jean-Jacques Gibson and Isabella. There's Harry with all his plans. And there's, Junker and the Bounty Hunter. Some more concept art for Random's motorcycle, the Road Runner. They call it the tricycle in Japan, or tricycle, but they were like, yeah, that's a baby's toy in the U.S., so we're calling it something else. There's a blaster. 64 through 72. More, full page artwork if you collect them all. Metal Gear Mark II. There's some of the stuff for SD Snatcher where they basically are like, I want to know where the hell these figures are. I'm sure Konami's probably burned them because they don't care. They basically said fuck our history. SD Snatcher. Some more aspects of the city like air surfing, the Neo Kobe City emblem, the winged horses that everyone rides. It's like a sport of some sort. Some more SD Snatcher clip art. I don't know what the hell the chief's so laughing about. I mean, maybe ready to kill somebody again. 82 to 90. Again, more concept art. R1 through R9. It's got two Gillians, a Jamie, Katrina. Konami has pachinko money now. They care about nothing else. You aren't kidding. R1 through R9. You got like damn, they even give you profiles. Hey, sis. R10. Yeah, we learned this with the release of Metal Gear Survive. But yeah, they even had full color artwork of like the minor characters and Benson obviously, Mika, Napoleon. Like Freddie Nielsen even got the character who appears for all of 5 seconds and then gets his head blown off by random appears. Lisa Nielsen has full body artwork. Chin Shuo. So again, another I know. Again, like I said, Chin Shuo is the worst of the two Chinese stereotypes, and like I said, relations between the two countries, China and Japan, haven't really been the greatest. But I mean, this is literally just like just look up stereotypical Chinese bad guy, like the mustache and everything, the robe. But I mean, everyone did get full color artwork. And profiles. I guess for the people that were, yeah, I guess it says for the people who were snatched. Wonder what would happen if I search just with translate. Hell yeah. Okay, zoom up. I want to see what this stuff says here. Mika Slayton, Benson Cunningham. Yeah, they didn't say original died from snatch. Yeah, died from a snatcher. So like the people that they intended to reveal as snatchers right off the bat, they said this is the characters that got snatched, which is pretty neat that they did that. Again, more art, or like I said, the whole snatcher trading card shit is just crazy. Some wallpapers that were made. Just like some really beautiful wallpapers, fan made. But there was one oh, I guess that was the full body artwork. Yeah, they did it was a huge deal over in Japan. Trying to see if I can find the Sega CD manual. Sega CD Snatcher sample test disc. So I guess that's a sample disc. And of course, the guy behind Junker HQ would have it. Recipe for Neo Kobe pizza, extracting the PCM audio from Sega CD. Damn. I mean, damn, they really info with Jeremy Blaustein, wallpaper, sketches, schematics for the blaster. There's actually a 3D printed Snatcher blaster you can get. Yeah, here are those Snatchers CGI remakes that are. Yeah, this website hasn't been updated for a little while. Google video before. There's the Chinese periodic table where you use the Benson puzzle. But where was the one I was trying to find one Sega CD manual, because they give some of the wrong artwork to some of the characters, which I found pretty funny. Like the rest of the game was like the rest of the versions were made so detailed, so meticulous, and then there were just some of these weird typos that just were out of place. Here's that manga that they translated. They only gave it to us in black and white. Basically, guys running through the city's comic book is a reprint of the original Japanese version. Text has been translated except where it was part of the original art. Some artwork has been flipped to make it readable for English-speaking audience. Basically, you got the Google video turned into YouTube, but the links never transferred. I wouldn't be surprised if the channel is gone too. Yeah, so this Snatcher's running through, or at first, you don't know it's a Snatcher. This guy's running through the city streets, gets shot in the back of the head, basically barrel rolls into a crowd. Random's coming out, clear out, this ain't no damn show. Snatcher turns around, oh shit, it's a Snatcher. Everyone freaks out. Random fires another shot, and, police come in to clean it up. You a junker? No, I'm a bounty hunter. Then here's that scene from the beginning of the game. Yeah, there's the Konami justifier, how to save. Yeah, place the Sega CD into the Sega CD, not into the cartridge slot. Yeah, there's like an introductory for the shooting segments. I'm surprised they used this screenshot in the game only because I mean, I guess there's no real identity as to the spoilers, but this definitely sets up some minor spoilers. Man, these act descriptions are terrible. The investigation proceeds as you gather information and make deductions. Puzzle solving and shooting scenes are in this thrilling act. That's just like so minimal. approximately 31 years old based on cellular fission rate, technically closer to being in his like 50s if we're talking about strictly chronologically. Um, Jamie, Katrina. So this is the Freddie Nielsen artwork, and they accidentally put him in chart, or they actually put him under John Jacques Gibson by accident. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else. They couldn't even be bothered to copy Benson's artwork over, but they copied Isabella's. And the same thing with Harry. It's definitely not as much effort as they put into any of the Japanese versions. I mean, they do tell you about everything about Junker, how it operates. Chief, engineer, operator, runners, junk squad, Junker bylaws. I mean, there's still like good material. A lot of the stuff that you find in Jordan in the game, but still, just like some weird like typos and errors. But yeah, there's a lot of material, like documentation stuff for Snatcher. But there's equally. Remember when games gave Remember when games gave you manuals when you bought them? Pepper Ridge Farm remembers. Damn, that's harsh. Let's see scenes, face cam. I'll start face cam now. At this point, I got nothing else to show on the screen. But yeah. I mean, like I said, Snatcher is a weird game. It's it's a weird game. It's almost more of an interactive movie, I should say. Um, it's sort of a byproduct of its time. Visual novels on early Japanese computers were a huge deal, and this is one of the first few visual novels that came to the U.S. that weren't hentai, for lack of a better. Well, they pretty much all were, but this is one of the first that came over that weren't. It wasn't hentai. Um, it's pretty much an interactive movie for the most part. Um, Honestly, I still think the game is too short. Police Knots, I would say, which is like its spiritual successor, is 7 acts long. Now, granted, I did stretch the game out a good bit. I would have done what you consider a long play, because the current TAS, the current task for Snatcher, is 3. I don't know if that's the current one. Let me see. I thought there was one that was closer. Granted, there's certain points. So the Snatcher world record was 6 months ago. No shots fired, or was it live during? Oh, live during shots fired. You need frame precision. No, here's a task from from 4 years ago for 2 hours 54 minutes. With that timing, I make his run 3:23:41. But yeah, he's a. Well, I guess if you get to the credits, it technically counts as 3:03:12 or 3:03:41. But if you take into account, yeah, so he skips the intro. But if you take into account the lack of or like the loss of control being the end of the game, it's closer to 2 hours and 54 minutes. And there's our buddy getting up and personal in our face, and that only happens like a little under the halfway point of the No, that's about directly the halfway point. I mean, literally, I could frame precision frame precision maybe for the shooting segments, but I mean, like I said, when you've got a game with literal 30-minute movie cutscenes, that's not something you can really time out. No, stuff on like the censored gaming, some of the changes they made for the US version, a live speed run. But as you can see, most of people are playing it on emulators now because, well, none of us have $1,000 to buy a copy of the game and Sega CD that still works. Um, but yeah, I've been meaning to play this game to its conclusion for quite some time. I'm glad I was honestly able to get it all recorded, and you know, even more so that I somehow survived accidentally deleting my data. That I was honestly, that was just a stroke of luck that I found some save data right outside the shower scene, which was about 10-15 minutes behind where I was. So that was a lucky break there. Um, and to the person that I accidentally deleted my save data for, um, you better play that frickin' game. Because now I'm mad because I deleted save data so that I could send that game to you so that I could send. Yeah, he got me to look up the Google. Yeah, Google Graveyard is a thing. But yeah, man, and you know who you are. I deleted the save data so that you could start from scratch and play the full experience. And I ended up deleting my own data. So I hope you're happy, and you better play that freaking game. Um, I mean, at that point, there's really not much else to talk about game-wise. You know, some of the extra, I showed off a lot of the extra materials. Like I said, it's a weird game. It's got its high points, it's got its low points, it's got stuff that didn't age really well. But like I said, it's sort of a product of its times. And honestly, there really will never be another game like Snatcher. Even if spiritual successors come out, and like I said, I would like to work on one when I have the free time. But I don't think it will end up, a true. We won't see a true sequel to Snatcher simply because, well, Konami screwed Hideo Kojima over. But yeah, with that, I'm gonna leave with one more song. This is Twilight of Neo Kobe City. This is the song that sort of played in the background during the airport at the end of the game. And this is the sort of orchestrated Sega CD version of the original intro song for the games, for the MSX and PC 8801 versions. So I'm just going to leave you with that.
Mic off.